Serving 26 schools across more than 500 square miles, Pulaski County Special School District is one of the largest school districts in the state of Arkansas. Our district strives to help each student discover his or her full potential while preparing students for life and cultivating future leaders. PCSSD continues to strengthen the relationship between its public schools and the community. Our district is committed to creating a nationally recognized school district that assures that all students achieve at their maximum potential through collaborative, supportive, and continuous efforts of all stakeholders. The schools participating in this football game are members of the Arkansas Activities Association as authorized by their school board. The administrators of these schools have helped to write the rules and regulations that govern participation of students in competitive activities for the schools that are members of the AAA. The Arkansas Activities Association, which is sponsoring this football game, is a voluntary nonprofit educational association of some 500 junior and senior public and private high schools of Arkansas. The regulations which guide these events are adopted by the schools themselves and determine the type of program they believe to be most desirable for high school youth. The Arkansas Activities Association is one of 50 state organizations that belong to the National Federation of High School Associations. This association formulates policies, game rules, and standards for inter-school competition. The schools of Arkansas have adopted these rules on eligibility which correspond to those recommended by the National Federation. The Arkansas Activities Association recognizes that athletes represent more than themselves in athletic competition. They represent their team, their fellow students, their teachers, and the community. Athletes who display good sportsmanship reflect high moral standards.
Because now they're set up right beside me, and he does a great job and gets excited. So I ain't gonna be able to call the game.
Welcome football fans to Mill Comets Football on the PCSSD Sports Network.
I ain't gonna be able to talk.
Brought to you by Natural State Sports. I'm Tyler Fountain, voice of the Mill Sports Network. And let me introduce tonight's crew on production. Tonight we have Terry Jordan. On the main cam tonight is Linda Henson. And on the field cam tonight will be Terry Paxton.
Okay.
And we'll be back briefly for your pregame show.
All right.
Welcome back to the Mill Sports Network pregame show.
Hey Siri, text Billy Lee. I need the roster.
And just to spotlight some of the things that the Comet players have going on this weekend, Charlie and Pierce both will have unofficial visits to U of A this weekend to catch their game opener. And also yesterday, some more Pulaski County School District games that were going on was Maumelle versus Batesville, as Maumelle got the best of that game, the best in that game, winning 35-0, and are now 2-0 on the season. Last week, the Comets won against Forest City 58-12, with Jabrayshaw being the player of the game.
Well, Tyler, after a great showing last week from the Mills Comets, what do you think they're going to do this weekend? What do you think there's some points of interest and some things they need to do better and things they're doing worse?
I think they could do better emphasizing the inside zone as they do. They have gotten better since the scrimmage. Forest City, they did a good job opening that up with Murdoch. And I just think now they can get Brown in the groove and he can start, hitting the holes, bouncing it, whether it's cloudy or clear. They're doing a great job offensively. Ringo has been connecting on most of his passes. All players have been playing good. Pierce had a phenomenal game with his 2 catches. The first catch he had last week against Forest City, he took that in for a touchdown. The second catch, he got stopped at the 1-yard line. So I think if they keep doing their quick screens, the inside zones, just switching it up here and there, I think they'll be great.
And as far as the Rivercrest Colts, they have a history of great quarterback play, from DeMillan Brown playing at Division II ball here in South Arkansas all the way to a couple of years ago. They had a quarterback who went to Arkansas State, Cam Turner, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
Whenever he graduated, I think he was top 5 in the nation in total touchdowns. So while they may be a smaller school, I think the Colts will come here today with something on their mind offensively.
Definitely, and with them having a quarterback like that, I feel like he maybe led the way for them to add some more depth at their quarterback position with this team that they have now. So maybe the quarterback could be someone that we can look out for in tonight's game.
Of course. And we don't quite have the roster from the Colts tonight, guys. So you may hear us calling out numbers, and if we do, sorry, but whenever we get a roster, we'll be able to identify everybody correctly. It looks like the Colts have a pretty big running back out here.
Excuse me, Rivercrest coaching
number
staff.
3.
Can we have a roster?
Pretty big kid. So maybe we'll see some.
Rivercrest, we need a
rumbling
roster,
down.
possibly 2 rosters if you have one.
Definitely, and Rivercrest, they look like they have some size, not just at running back, but at O-line, as well as quarterback and receiver. Number 3 looks like a hefty type of back. I'm not sure if he's the quarterback or running back. Looks like he's lined up at quarterback right now, so this might be a wildcat. I just think this will be an interesting game tonight. The Comets will be battle-tested tonight going against this good Rivercrest team, as they are number 10 in the 4A division. So I believe that this definitely will be a great game, as it is game of the week as well.
Absolutely. And as we go to that, I think that all games are pretty reliant on the offensive and defensive lines, and Mills has a pretty good one, led by their O-line and D-line coach Marcus Bolden, who has some professional backgrounds, as well as playing at Dalloway for state championship team back in the day. Jesse Grandy, lots of good history and experience on the offensive line for Mills, and the defensive, of course.
Definitely, and as our fellow good color commentary partner Carlton Schutz would say, this game may be won in the trenches as well. As you know, we have Charleston Collins. He's fantastic on the defensive line. But I also want to highlight RJ, Renault Wilkerson. Last week he forced a fumble. He didn't recover it. He also had some big hits in that game, as well as number 71 for our team. I don't have a name on him right now, but he did a great job.
Sean Allison, I think is his name.
Okay.
6'2" junior.
Yeah, he did a great job. He stuffed the middle. He might be a player to watch once he kind of gets in that rotation on defense.
Well, as we get closer to game time, we're about 14 minutes from game time. We're going to take a quick commercial break before we get right back to this pregame show.
Thank you.
I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line.
Welcome back to the Mill Sport. Welcome back to the Mill Sport Comets Network, where we also have some other games kicking off for the PCSSD. And one of the games I would like to highlight is the Forest City versus Robinson. I definitely believe that would be a game to be on the lookout for, as Robinson is ranked number 2, while Forest City is ranked 33. Last week, the Comets faced off against Forest City and defeated them 58-12, with one of their touchdowns being a pick six and the other one being scored late in the fourth quarter. So that definitely will be something to look out for. Robinson lost last week as well to Pulaski Academy, and that was a tough game. But Robinson definitely have some studs on their team as far as their quarterback, their running back. They are both people to look out for.
Well, Tyler, Robinson coming off of multiple playoff runs in the 4A, moving up to the 5A, playing against Forest City, who seem young, but they seem very talented. Last week they showed a lot of speed, but when you were going up against this Mills, it was just a buzzsaw waiting to happen, you know.
Definitely.
Especially in the trenches, as we've talked many times before, you know.
Right.
But I think that it should be a good game between Robinson and Forest City. If I were to give a prediction, probably 32-6, Robinson.
32-6. I don't mean to sound harsh, but I'll definitely give Robinson a little bit more edge on that score, as far as maybe I'll say 40, 48, something in that nature, 48-12. And that's mainly because they have a star-studded quarterback, Quentin Murphy, who has a lot of offers, Division I to be exact. So I feel like he makes it happen.
And we have the captains approaching for the coin toss today. We've got number 8, number 0, number 24, and 15 for the Mills Comets. And we've got
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's captain for your visiting
number
Rivercrest.
6 for Rivercrest.
Number 6, 14, Joey Towery. Number 21, Jay Rope.
And while we're getting to it, I'd like to thank our halftime sponsors today, Achilles, which we will have a halftime show and dance by the Mills Comet dance team. We're really excited for this matchup tonight, and we will be right back with the kickoff.
Welcome back, Mill fans, to Comet Football on the PCSSD Sports Network, brought to you by Natural State Sports. And it is almost time for kickoff.
Almost game time.
Well, it looks like the Comets have won the toss, and they are choosing to kick off to the Colts tonight. And we're just about there. It looks like Mills is about to run through the banner, and let's have a great game today, Tyler.
Definitely. I think it'll be a great game tonight. I think the Comets come out here, they start early, do what they're supposed to do, what Coach Lee has been telling them to do the whole week. And it's almost game time. They're battle tested and they're ready.
Mills fans, we will say, and the another
will
Mills
be
High
back.
Comet. They got their shirts put up. You can't see who the hell back deep. Number 2. Set to kick off for the Comets is
And we are about set for kickoff. We have QJ King lining up to kick. And they onsided at the beginning of the game. It looks like they recovered, but it is a flag on the play. That ball did not go 10 yards.
attempt at onside is unsuccessful. Rivercrest will take over.
It looks like
First
Mills
and
was
10.
trying to get a little bit
Colts.
of momentum to start the game there, and it didn't work out, just a little bit short. But this gives the Colts a very good set of field position after that flag.
Number 11, Cavante Washington will be the Colts quarterback.
And as the game gets ready for
Head coach for the Colts, Johnny Fleming. Head coach for your Comets, Cortez Lee. I forgot what that is. After 44 yards.
and the game is beginning with the quarterback lined up under the center. They pitch the ball left. He breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle, and is tackled
Number 9,
at the 40-yard
Scott
line.
on the carry.
That was number 9, Scott, for the Rivercrest
Brought
Colts.
down by a couple of Comets.
And last
And
week,
4 yards.
the Comets had an amazing defensive stand. As the Colts go deep right now, try to
Pass
target
is
Pierce,
incomplete.
and Pierce breaks up
Intended
that pass.
For number 1, Rainier. It'll bring up 3rd down and 6 for
That
the
brings
Comets.
up 3rd and 6 for the Comets. And like I said, last week the Comets did an outstanding job on defense. They had a scoop 6 by Jabray Shaw, pick 6 by
36 for the
Jabray
Colts.
Shaw, forced fumble by Renard Wilkerson. Ryan White had an interception. He pitched that one to Jabray. Derek Murdoch forced a fumble. Daniel Brown had an interception. It was just things happening all over the board. Miles Castor also had 2 picks. So, wow. And the Colts break out for 44 yards.
Touchdown.
And that
Number
is
2,
Kobe
Turner.
Turner, the junior running back for the Rivercrest Colts. On the 3rd and 6, he breaks out for a 44-yard touchdown. Right up the middle.
44-yard touchdown. That's a 44-yard touchdown for the Colts.
And it looks like they
Attempt the extra point.
will be going for an extra point, kicking a field goal, deciding not to go for 2. And the kicker they have. All right. That was offsides on the Mill Comets, which should mark half.
Well, that was not the defensive start that the Comets were expecting today, Tyler. With such a defensive line, with such a powerful defensive line, you'd think that they'd be able to clog those gaps a little bit better. But sometimes when an assignment is missed, all it takes is one missed tackle and it's a touchdown.
And we have more laundry on the field.
Looks like we're getting off to a rough start for the Comets today.
And that is another offsides on the Comets. It looks like the Rivercrest Colts will be going for 2 now as they bring their offense back out on the field.
Well, when you got to kick it from the 3 or, get 1 yard from the 1, it's kind of a lot easier of a decision to make for a coach. But let's see if they can get it done here with.
And their kicker is their running back. They send one in motion to discombobulate the defense. He stays in. They run pistol. They run a dive, and he gets stuffed in the backfield. Helmets come off and everything. The Comets stand up on the goal line.
I think that was a really big gut check time, Tyler. That's a stop that the Mills defense needed to prove that they're not just going to get ran over this whole game. Kobe Turner, number 2 for the Colts, is the younger brother of Cam Turner, former quarterback of the Rivercrest Colts.
Right.
And I think that we're going to see a battle here tonight. It was a tough start. We will be right back for the kickoff.
And the Colts get ready to kick this ball off. Let's see what QJ can do or Daniel Brown. It looks like the ball is going to Brown. He feels the catch, and he's going. He's at the 30. He sees a hole. He keeps running, and he gets stuffed by 3 Colt defenders.
Daniel Brown on the return.
Brown picks up about 13 yards on that play.
Take over, 1st and 10.
What's interesting to see is what Coach Lee will dial up right here. You never know with him. Maybe it's a quick screen, maybe an inside zone. How does he start this game off to get his team with some momentum on this offensive side? Ringo is in spread formation with Brown beside him. Inside zone once again. And he's stuffed in the backfield for a 3-yard loss.
On the carry was number
Man.
15. Daniel Brown.
The inside zone hasn't been there for the Comets most of this season, but it definitely can improve. I'm looking forward to it improving. Let's see what Lee dials up right here. 2nd and 10.
Your quarterback is number 5, Achilles Ringo. We have a stoppage.
And they stop the game.
Trying to wear his shirt all rolled up.
We have a quick substitution.
He got on red socks.
Ringo gets his offense set. He's in the spread formation. Drops back, looks down the middle, throws down the middle, and that is Jabray Shaw on the catch.
Pass is complete to number 8, Jabray Shaw.
And that
for
is
Mills
a
High
36-yard
First down.
reception. And that is another comprehensive wellness first down. Ringo and Shaw, that connection is amazing. It'll stay amazing. I just can't wait to see what they do. To take over on this defense, I feel like this game will consist of air raid attack, and they run a screen right there to QJ King. QJ makes the first man miss, makes the and he gets stopped and tripped up at the 26-yard line.
For gain,
QJ is that football
9
player.
yards. It'll be second
You have
down and
offensive
1 for
players,
Comets.
defensive players, and then you have football players. QJ is one of those football players. He's good at the quick screens. He takes them for touchdowns. He got snaps at wide receiver, kicker, and quarterback last week.
Tyler Johnson on the carry.
That was Tyler Johnson on the carry with no gain.
For another Mills High Comet.
And I take that back. That was a first down, a comprehensive wellness first down. Ringo looks to the sideline, gets the call from the coach, tells his running back what to do, looks back to the sideline. They're in spread formation, trips right, Pierce out wide to the left by itself in man coverage. Who do they go here right now? And they go to QJ once again. QJ, oh my gosh, he's doing what he does best. He's trying to break a tackle. He breaks the tackle, and that is another
QJ King.
close to a comprehensive wellness first down. And that is a comprehensive wellness first down. And as the Comets get close to the end zone, they like to go powerhouse, and they do it right now. And we have a false start on the Comets.
We have a dead ball. False start.
The Bills Comets are in a wishbone formation right now, and if I were to guess, I think they're going to run 38 power right behind that right guard.
Comets first down.
Do you still think that now that they're losing about 5 yards on this play right now?
Well, I guess we'll just have to see, Tyler.
And coach decides to stay in it, and I believe this will either be a power left or a power right. And they go left. Jabray bounces it. Good block by Murdoch, and Jabray Shaw gets a cornerstone touchdown on his first carry of the game.
Blocked by number 20, Derek Murdoch.
Man, that formation works from anywhere in the red zone. Can't be stopped. It's either left or right. They stay in it. They go for two. Will it be left or right? Will it be a fake? What will it be? And they roll out. And Ringo looks for Shaw, and the pass is incomplete for the 2-point conversion. That makes it 6-6 in the first quarter with 9 minutes and 14 seconds left.
And 9:14 left in the first quarter. The game is tied 6-6. He said over loudspeaker. She repeated it. Where's the food, coach? She said done.
Well, Tyler, we've got a couple of quick scores here, and let's see if both teams can keep the pace.
Yes, let's see if they can. And I feel like the Comets come out here and they make a stand right now. QJ does another onside kick. Number 19 picks it up.
Number 19 is Jaden Stovall.
Shakes two defenders and then gets tackled
Gets about a 15-yard
right about the
turn.
45-yard line. Not sure why we keep onside kicking that ball, but and the Comets jump off sides on this play right here.
Dead ball offsides against the Comets that moved Rivercrest up 5 yards and still remaining first down.
Seems like the Comets are very antsy right now. They're anxious. Hopefully they can make a play. The Colts are starting where they started at on their first drive of the game. Let's just hope it's not a touchdown as it brings up 1st and 5 with Mike Rayner in the backfield. And they run an RPO. And he's at the 20. He's at the 10. He's tackled at the 10-yard line.
Stovall on the reception. He's brought down by number 8, Jabray Shaw, for a Rivercrest Colts first down.
And that RPO that they run, that is the run-pass option, which keeps defenses on their heels. So let's see how that Comets defense can respond to this offense. Mike Rayner and Kobe Turner in the backfield. They send a man in motion to throw off the defense, and
Quarterback
Mike Rayner is tackled after a gain of about 2 yards.
Tackled by number 9, Ryan White. Picks up 1 yard.
The Mills Comets defense is probably one of the more aggressive ones in the 5A, and the best way to take advantage of that is make them make decisions, Tyler.
And they send another player in motion right now. It doesn't throw the defense off. Jabray tells this man to stay where he's at. Now he tells him to come over there. Mike Rayner and Kobe Turner in the backfield once again. I feel a pass coming, and they run another RPO. He hands it off to Turner. Turner breaks 2 tackles and then runs in for the end zone for another cornerstone touchdown. Man, these Colts are here. They're active, and they've came ready to play.
Well, Tyler, if the Mills defense is going to have to find a way to stop this guy, a defense that looked pretty much impossible to score against the last 2 weeks has bent pretty difficultly so far this week.
Definitely. And they're going for 2 right here. They send a man in motion. I believe it's a dive once again, and it's an RPO. Rayner has it. He stretches it out wide, and he's tackled a horse collar on the 5-yard line. But we have Laundry on the field. Let's see what we have. Man, that RPO is definitely a great play to have, especially in high school going against defenses. It can tend to throw off whether the person on the edge, the outside linebacker, the safety, whoever. The person is responsible for somebody.
And the biggest thing is you got to know the rules of the offense as opposed to the rules of the defense. If and when football is probably a tale as old as time, all the way back to the wing tees and wishbone days, you know?
Right. And it sounds like you know a lot about the offensive side of the ball. I'm not sure. You probably played a lot of positions back in your day. That's what it sounded like.
Rivercrest 14, Mills.
Rivercrest completes the 2-point conversion. They are now up 14-6 in the first quarter with 8 minutes and 13 seconds left.
I wouldn't be mad if Coach Lee took a timeout here, got his guys calmed down, because they're playing on a lot of emotions right now. They're not used to being scored on like this. They're running with high motors, and it just doesn't seem like anything's working. They've got to take time, adjust, and get everything back on track.
And the Comets aren't used to being scored on like this, so maybe a timeout would suffice just to gather the team. As you know, the first quarter is mainly played off momentum and emotions and just being ready to go. But once they settle in and they get to playing, thinking, I believe this game will fall into their hands. The coach stepped back to kick, and that is their quarterback kicking for them, Mike Rayner. And we have QJ King and Daniel Brown back to return. And the ref throws a flag on coach. Not sure what exactly this call is.
We have a sideline warning against the Comets.
That was a sideline warning, and Rayner kicks it
Daniel
off to
Brown.
Daniel Brown. Looks like him and QJ
Has
had
a running
a.
roll.
Oh,
He's
and
got some
Daniel
running
breaks
room.
it. He gets to the
Good.
50.
No,
He's at the
no,
40,
no.
the 30, the 20,
Oh,
the
and
10,
we got a
and
flag
he
on the
goes
play.
all the way for a cornerstone
Got a flag on the
touchdown. But we do have laundry on the field. Man, isn't that guy something special? Daniel Brown on the kick return for a touchdown. But there is laundry on the field. Not sure what the call is. Does it stand? Does it not?
Hold the hand his feelings now.
You know, right now it kind of seems like Mills is fighting themselves with the penalties as well as just the certain undisciplined plays that are taken away from the explosiveness of both their offense and their defense.
Yeah, I would definitely say that Mills is destroying their self right now with all the flags they keep getting called on them. So once they tighten up, this game could go their way, like I said earlier.
We have a hold.
And if you look back on this play, it I don't know if I would call it a hold, but if you look at plays like last week, right? They played the Forest City Mustangs, and the game was 6-8 because of a punt return that got called back, and immediately they threw a pick six, right? So 6-8, that's a complete momentum swing. This play that just happened here was a complete momentum swing that was just negated.
Yeah, and like I said at the beginning of the game, the momentum definitely takes over.
Rigo in the shotgun.
But we have Rigo. He's in the spread formation. We have trips left. Jabray out right by himself. They're in man coverage. He throws to Jabray. A jump ball. No, that's QJ King, and QJ snags it. Oh, my gosh. QJ, you need to be stopped. I mean, he's digging into that Fendi bag, and I'm just going to leave it there. That brings up another comprehensive wellness first down.
All right.
QJ also had a great game last week against Forest City. He took a quick screen to the house for a touchdown. As I said, he got snaps at wide receiver, quarterback, also kicker if you want to count that. And he definitely did his thing. Tonight he's doing that once again as he has 3 targets already. Both have been for large gains.
Is it Murdoch? Nope. Who's that?
And that is Murdoch. Coach
Run around the right side to number 20.
has gotten in that powerhouse formation
Derek
once
Murdoch.
again. They ran power right to Derek Murdoch, and he does what he does best, a bowling ball. And that brings up 2nd and 2.
That is number 8.
And
Jabray
then
Shaw
they feed
for
it to
a coming
Jabray Shaw
touchdown.
for another cornerstone touchdown.
Might be a shootout, fans. Put on your seatbelts.
And as you know, Coach Lee loves to go for 2, and they're lining up to go for 2 right now. They're in the same formation. It isn't difficult to know what he's going to run, but the difficulty comes when it's time to stop him.
Comets set to go for 2.
Rigo
Time
under
ball
the
game.
center, and he hands the ball off to
And the conversion is no good.
Murdoch,
Flag
and
on
he
the
is
play.
stuffed in the backfield.
We have a flag on the
2-point
play.
conversion did not count, and we do have a flag on the play. Let's see what this is.
We have a hold against the Comets. Conversion no good. We are all set for the kickoff. 7:30 left in the first quarter. We have 14-12. Colts.
If it looks you didn't want to. Nah, I understand. You're okay. It's all good. I get lost in the sauce.
And QJ King gets set to kick the ball off.
Number 1. Rainier, number 2, Turner.
Back deep
Ball
is
goes
the
deep.
quarterback and
Turner,
running
he
back.
fumbles the ball. And he's hit hard by number 1, Anton
That
Pierce.
was probably a big play for Mills, getting them pinned deep for the first time of the day. Special teams is going to be a difference maker in this game, Tyler.
Special teams always wins games. That was what one of my old coaches said. I never understood it, but it might play a factor in tonight's game. The Colts are up by 2. It's 14-12 in the first quarter, 7 minutes and 26 seconds. The Colts have the ball on the 18-yard line. 22-yard line, I'm sorry. It's 1st and 10. They send a player in motion. He doesn't snap it. They look to the sideline, get the play call from the coach. That is Mike Rayner in at quarterback. He hands the ball off to Kobe Turner up the middle. Once again, he drags Mills defenders, and that is another comprehensive wellness first down.
This Kobe Turner kid is looking pretty tough. Not the biggest kid on the field, only a junior, but he just keeps them legs churning.
He's definitely looking tough right now. I mean, he's carrying the load. He already has a touchdown for 44 yards. Let's see if they keep feeding the beast, and they do. He runs. Oh, wait, they faked me out on the RPO. Oh, and Pierce drops an interception. Man, I want to see that. Pass incomplete by Mike Rayner. Nearly picked off by Anton Pierce. That's something you don't always see, a drop ball by him. He has for sure hands, plays both sides of the ball.
Well, and on that play, he had his DB hands on him as opposed to his receiver hands,
Definitely the DB hands are, in fact, different from receiver hands. The coach sends someone else in motion. They run the jet sweep, and he is stuffed in the backfield for 7 yards, which brings up 3rd and 15.
It'll be 3rd and extra long for the Colts.
What do the Colts dial up here? As I said earlier, their momentum was taking them far in this first quarter. I mean, they had a great play after recovering the onside kick. They ran right up the middle for the inside zone, scored there for 44 yards. Also scored again once they drove down the field. They haven't had much field to drive down. And Turner breaks again for 17 yards and picks up another comprehensive wellness first down. I'm not sure if he can be stopped running up that middle right now. I'm expecting some big things out of Charlie right now, seeing if he can step up, as well as the rest of the D-line for the Comets. But there is a flag on the play. Not sure what side this is going to be on. No flag. It is waved off.
First down by number 2, Rainier. Rayner.
And what comes to thought for me, Tyler, is how much depth do the Mills Comets have on this defensive line if Charlie and the other guys get tired?
Right, and last week they did play some of their younger guys on their front, but they were playing Forest City, so I'm not sure if Forest City doesn't match up offensively with these Colts. And Turner picks up 8 yards on that carry. Once again, he is having a great game to start this game off right now. And the Comets keep hurting themselves. They already have 6 flags in the first quarter. And we have a timeout.
Rivercrest.
By the Rivercrest Colts. We'll be back in a few. And we are back. Once again, you all be sure to subscribe on the Mills Sports Network on YouTube as well as following on Facebook. You can also follow or subscribe to the PCSSD Sports Network. We are Natural State Sports. Mike Rayner and Kobe Turner are in the backfield once again together, as they have been this whole game. They're in spread formation. They run the RPO again, and this time Turner only picks up 2 yards.
Bring up third down and short.
And that brings up 3rd and 1.
Tyler, that's about as close to a first down as you could probably get on second down. With this third down on the plus side of the field, the Colts can do just about anything they want. I see a read option coming here.
Definitely feel an RPO right here. Maybe a bubble screen by 19 or the handoff to Turner. But a RPO for sure. 3rd and 1. They run the RPO. They have the bubble screen, but they hand it off to Turner. And he has been a train this whole night.
Brought down by a few Comets.
And that is another comprehensive wellness first down.
You know, starting off, the Colts were in that condensed formation trying to run the ball, and Mills was just teeing off on them a little bit. Now that they've spread out a little bit, they're running the same offense, just trying to keep the Comets at bay out here. Look how wide 19 is.
Right, they have spread it out more. They're still doing the RPO, but Rayner fumbles the ball, and he does recover it himself while also picking up 1 yard. So that brings up 2nd and 9.
And, you know, the ball just kind of bounced back into his hands, and this just seems like a game that Mills can't get any of those bounces to go their way.
Yeah, maybe not right now for this first quarter, but these next 3 quarters, I do believe they'll handle business. Rayner and Turner back in the backfield again. They run the RPO again. He tries to get out of there, and he does get out of there. He goes out wide and is forced out of bounds at about the 34-yard line.
Third down. Mills fans, y'all got to make some noise.
This brings up 3rd and 7.
3rd and 6. Mills fans, make some noise.
And this will be the third down on this drive, and we'll see if the Colts can convert.
Do they convert this one? I see nope, no RPO. They send one in motion, and now they have trips left. They look to the sideline to get the call, and I see a read option coming right here. And we have a timeout by the Rivercrest Colts. There is their second charge timeout in the first quarter. They have 1 remaining.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why, you know, we're a local company. You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why, you know, we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. And that's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too.
And we are back as it is 3rd and 7. Turner and Rayner in the backfield. They have trips left, 1 man out wide. They run a speed option, and he breaks the tackle, is still running with his helmet off, but the refs call him down. still going with this helmet coming off. Would that have been a touchdown? We won't know.
So obviously some people may not know, but in high school football, as soon as your helmet comes off, and I think this goes for college and the NFL as well, as soon as your helmet comes off, the play is immediately blown dead. It's a safety issue. And, as a fellow coach of kids and stuff, you never want to see a kid running with no helmet on down the field.
Definitely. No matter what you think you may have picked up, touchdown or not, safety first. And that brings up another comprehensive wellness first down for the Rivercrest Colts.
Tyler, this is the third time they've converted on a third down this drive. Let's see if they keep going as they get closer to the red zone, as they're closing then on the red zone.
And they have converted 3 times on that third down. They send a player in motion right now. And he goes deep on Pierce once again, but the pass is incomplete. But we have a flag. Might be a pass interference. And we will see what that flag is.
We have a hold against the Comets.
And that is the 7th flag on the Comets. Man, they're hurting themselves right now. And that's automatically another comprehensive wellness first down.
That's an automatic first down for Rivercrest.
The Colts have been in this red zone a lot. They run a read option once again. Rayner keeps the ball, but he fumbles. And the Comets almost recover the ball, and they don't. They don't. Rayner recovered the ball himself. I'm not sure how that happened. He fumbled the ball, was down under the pile. The Comets tried to scoop and score and didn't scoop at all.
Well, I don't know if anyone saw that, but he actually got his shoe ripped off in the middle of that run, so maybe he was thinking more about his feet than he was about the ball on that play.
Got to protect the feet, got to protect the head. First the helmet, then the shoe. And now it is 2nd and about 6. Rayner and Turner in the backfield. They stay in spread. They run the option again. Rayner keeps the ball, and he is stuffed. Oh, and that is Cavante Washington who keeps the ball. Rayner now comes back in the game as Cavante goes out. He was stuffed in the backfield by Keyshawn Henderson.
Brought down by Keyshawn Henderson.
And the Comets seem to be at every single play in the juncture, and they just can't wrap up, or they just can't make the tackle. This Colts team has just a little too much speed, it seems like, on the edge.
There we go.
The Colts have speed on the edge, in the backfield, everywhere. And they hand the ball to Turner once again. He breaks about 5 tackles, rumbling, tumbling, and gets taken down at the 1-yard line by Cameron Dunbar. That is another comprehensive wellness first down. It is now 1st and 3.
Dunbar.
And I feel a dive coming. They run Kobe Turner into the end zone, and that is another cornerstone touchdown, making it 20-12 in the first quarter with 1 minute and 18 seconds left.
You know, Tyler, Mills is just getting these Colts in tough situations, 3rd and 15, 3rd and 7, 4th and 1, and they're just not able to stop Kobe Turner or Rayner on this Colts offense. The offensive line is just moving their legs and holding this defensive line at bay, holding on for their dear life.
Definitely. And they decide to go for two. And they tried to do a dump pass. Jabrace.
Pass incomplete.
And that would have been an interception by Jabrace Shaw, but you can't do that for 2-point conversions. So pass stopped by Jabrace Shaw. 20-12 in the first quarter. A minute and 18. We have QJ King and Daniel Brown back to receive this kick. Let's see what they do here.
That stop on that two-point conversion was crucial because going down 2 scores to a team like this Colts team that looks like they can score it almost at will, they've driven the ball down. They've gotten shot plays. Penalties are killing the Comets right now, and they just got to tighten up, buckle down, and play some real football,
Correct. And Rayner is set to kick the ball off. Does he stay away from Daniel Brown? Yes, he does. And that kick goes right out of bounds, which causes a flag.
The Comets will take the ball. Man, I gotta get some food in my belly. Call my wife. Hey Siri, call.
And the Comets are back on offense. Rigo is in spread formation. The Colts blitz. He handed off to Brown.
Daniel Brown.
And he gets a good block. He gets another block by QJ. He breaks. He's at the 20. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. And, yes, that's a touchdown. Automatically, Brown is doing his thing. And that is another cornerstone touchdown. But we have a flag on the play. Once again, if that's against the Comets, that will be 8 flags in the first quarter, causing 2 touchdowns to be brought back.
I mean, that one was almost instantaneous. We had a little bit of a hold there at the end of the sweep. I mean, he didn't have to. The guy was not going to catch him on that run. This is just another example of the Comets shooting themselves in the foot. They are winning this game on the field, but losing on the scoreboard right now.
Definitely winning the game on the field and losing on the scoreboard. That's 8 flags on the Comets in the first quarter, causing 2 touchdowns to be brought back. And the Comets have been pushed back to the 35-yard line.
First and 20.
And it is now 1st and 20. What does Lee do here? Coach Lee. We go into spread formation there and spread. Trips right. Pierce to the left by himself. And we have a pass interference.
Like the DB got there a little early. Pass intended for number 1, Anton Pierce.
If Rigo gets that ball out earlier when Pierce is breaking. Coming out of that, beating the drum.
Rivercrest.
Pierce could do something.
Honestly, Tyler, that could have been the exact penalty that the Comets needed to breathe some life back into this drive. It just started, and they had a great run, but first down at the 50 is going to be super helpful.
Definitely. Makes it a first down. Now it's 1st and 5. It was 1st and 20. So that helps them out. They're here at the 50-yard line. Trips right. Pierce spread out left by himself. They hand it off, and he gets stopped in the backfield for a 1-yard loss. That was Cameron Dunbar on the carry.
He loses 2 yards on the play.
It's now 2nd and 7. We have 37 seconds left in the first quarter. 20-12, the Colts are winning. We have already had 2 touchdowns called back due to flags. Let's see what we dial up here. Trips left. Pressure. Rigo has to scramble. And he is carrying, still going forward for the first down. Looks like he picks up another comprehensive wellness first down. Man, Rigo, you have to have some strong legs under you, carrying about 5 of those heavy kids on the Colts defense.
And with 14 seconds left in the first quarter, Tyler, that was a great showing by the offensive line. You saw the right guard and right tackle and the center all get in there and push the pile, and that's a good way to keep your ball carriers safe.
And that's a great way to show that you still care and you're still in the game. They throw a quick screen to Jabray Shaw. He makes the first man miss, makes the second man miss, the third man miss, and he is brought down after picking up 8 yards. And that is the end of the first quarter. The Colts have the best of the Comets. It is 20-12. We will be back shortly.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why, you know, we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. And that's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
And we are back. Welcome back to the U. It is 20-12. Colts are up. Ringo drops back. He throws a deep ball to Pierce, and Pierce catches it for another comprehensive wellness first down at the 5-yard line. And here comes that powerhouse formation. Who does Coach hand it off to now?
28 of Little Rock, 0.
That was a good pitch and catch by Rigo to Pierce. And Rigo is now under the center. He hands the ball off to Shaw. Shaw runs at his own pace and gets into the end zone for another cornerstone touchdown. That is Jabray's 3rd touchdown of the game, running it in each time.
And that was probably one of the better blocks on a outside zone play that I've seen in a while. The man had 2 guys blocked on one play. Got to the outside, turned to both inside, and Jabray just did the rest of the work with his speed.
Man, the speed he has, the strength he has, the vision he has, he plays at his own pace, and that's what makes him special. And now
Pass is complete to number 8.
Rigo throws the pass to Jabray Shaw for the 2-point conversion. The game is now tied, and we do have ourselves a ball game. And if you all would like to check our sponsors out, Comprehensive Wellness Center is located on 9712 West Markham Street, Little Rock, Arkansas. The number for them is 501-954-8800. And for Cornerstone, who sponsors our touchdowns, that is located at 1701 Centerview Drive, Unit 200 in Little Rock, Arkansas, zip code 72211, and their number is 501-303-4050. QJ King is set to kick this ball off.
QJ King set to kick off. Back deep is number 1 and number 2, Rayner and Turner.
It looks like the Colts have brought their kickers up, or their returners up just a little bit in expectation of this short kick, and that is exactly what happened.
Turner falls down at the 29-yard line.
And Turner picks up that kick and is tackled at the 30-yard line. It's now 1st and 10 on the 30, 20 to 22nd quarter, 11 minutes and 30 seconds. And they do have trips to the short side of the field. This has to be an RPO. Trips to the short side of the field, maybe a bubble screen.
We have timeout Comets.
And we have a timeout by Coach Lee and the Comets. We will be back on the Mill Sports Network.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why, you know, we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. And that's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
Rivercrest.
And the Colts still have trips to the short side of the field. They run a speed option. They get great blocks, and the quarterback is still running. He's to the 50, the 40, and he gets tackled at the 42-yard line.
By Rayner.
That was Rayner on the big gain.
And first down.
That
for
is
Rivercrest.
another Comprehensive Wellness first down. The Colts can move the ball whenever they want to. Seems like they can get close to that red zone or in that red zone whenever they feel like it. It's mainly been the quarterback and the running back. They've been running RPO, speed options, QB options, but this time Turner is stuffed in the middle for a 1-yard gain that brings up 2nd and 9.
2nd down 9 for the Comets for the Colts.
And the thing is that the Colts were using a lot of motion. They were using a lot of RPO, quick throws. Now it just kind of seems like they're trying to rest on the shoulders of Turner here and Rayner. And that may work, but these boys are going both ways the whole game, you know, putting it all out there.
But how long do you think that can work? I mean, it's only the second quarter. I don't think that's an all-night thing.
I guess we'll have to see.
And they send a player in motion. He drops back to pass. He still passes it. And Pierce, nope, that's not Pierce.
Pass is broken
That is broken up by Jalen
Jalen
Ento, standing at 6'4" and 170 pounds.
Bring up third down. Nice play by the defender.
And he needed every inch of that 6'4" to get a hand on that ball, and it was still almost caught.
I'm surprised that the quarterback was able to get that throw off with pressure in his face, rolling out left, throwing to the opposite side. It's now 3rd and 9. The Colts have completed 4 third downs in tonight's game. Do they complete another one right here? And they run a speed option. He doesn't look to pitch. He looks to keep running, and he doesn't get it finally.
Fourth down of the night.
And that brings up 4th and about 6. The offense does stay on the field.
Well, the way that that the Colts have been turning these third downs over, this is their first 4th down. It's a tie ball game. I think with this field position, you're in plus territory. You kind of got to go for it here.
You have to go for it here. I mean, you don't want to punt it. You can't kick the field goal. They're trying to get the Comets to jump. Do they get them to jump? I'm not sure. The coach looked to the sideline to get the call from the coach. And we now have a timeout by the Rivercrest Colts. We will be back on the Mill Sports Network. And we are back. This can be a turning of the tide with it being 4th and 6. This can be a good change of events. Let's see, does it change anything? The coach roll out to the right. He looks right. He goes deep. The man is wide open, and he catches the ball. Pierce tackles him, but it is too late. That is another cornerstone touchdown. There was a blown coverage. Not sure how he got that wide open in the back of the end zone. That was number 12, Kevin Morris, on the reception.
Down by number 12, Kevin Morris. Pass by Rayner.
And that momentum doesn't shift. It stays with the Colts.
And Michael Rayner just is showing off tonight. He's been able to run the ball, throw the ball. He's doing pretty much anything that he can to keep this Colts team. I mean, that was 4th down, you know. Like that's a big play to make that right there.
Definitely. And Rayner has been using his speed to get to the outside. Every time you think it's a run, you may think it's a run, he winds up throwing it. There's always one person down the field, but the linemen don't run down the field, which makes it possible for him to still complete that play.
Now, one thing to look at here is that the Colts have used all 3 of their timeouts, and there is still just under 10 minutes left in this quarter. So if they get into a sticky situation down or in a bad time situation at the end of the half, we'll see if that comes back and bites them.
I'll start.
And you definitely know how sticky it gets. They don't have any timeouts. So let's just hope they don't get in a tight situation. The Colts are up 26-20. Second quarter, 9 minutes, 45 seconds left. They are now lining up to kick the field goal. And the kick is no good. 26-20. The Comets are about to receive this kick. Let's see what they do here.
So the stage is set. 9:45 left in the first half. Mills down for a good portion of this game, if not all of this game. I don't think they've led, have they? And here we go. They get the opportunity to take this ball down, score, and if they get the two, take the lead going into half. But I don't think one score is going to be it for this half. This may be a 50-50 game by the end of it, Tyler.
Definitely a shootout, Terry, and let's just hope the Comets are on the good side of that shootout. Rainer is set to kick the ball off. We have Brown and QJ King in the back. I feel like QJ deserves to get some more targets. He's done good early in the game with the quick screens. And Rainer decides to push kick it, and it goes out of bounds. It will be the Comets' ball.
I don't know about that one, Tyler. That kick almost rolled right back up into a Colts player's hands, and that's the last thing Mills needs is to give the Colts the ball on their side of the field after a big momentum swing of a touchdown of what just happened.
Exactly, and the Colts have been keeping this momentum the whole game, scoring when they want to score. So definitely don't want that. Ringo is a quarterback in the spread formation. They have trips left. They run an outside zone. Brown is stuffed and stopped in the backfield for about a 4-yard loss by number 71. And that was Quinshawn Perry on the tackle. And that break. And they hit QJ King for the quick screen. He breaks the tackle. He's at the 30, the 20, the 10. Does he go all the way? Of course he does, and that is another cornerstone touchdown. I called it earlier. I said they need to hit QJ King. He's done a great job earlier in the game going with the quick screens, and his number was called. He did what he was supposed to do, and he put 6 on the board.
And you know, Tyler, plays like this, I mean, we're just going to go back and forth all night, it seems like. QJ did a great job of catching the ball and getting out in the open and then just using his speed to do the rest.
He has about, I would say, 70 yards this game off 3 quick screens.
And he only got credit for one of them because he had the punt return as well, or the kick return as well. So he's had over 150 yards called back on penalties.
And Jabray Shaw gets in once again at his own pace for the 2-point conversion.
Of the ball game, 28-26.
The Comets finally take the lead. It's 28-26, second quarter, 9 minutes, 3 seconds left.
And just like I told you, Tyler, it only took one play, and just like that, Comets get a stop, they get a score, they get the 2. Whenever they get into that red area inside the 5, that wishbone package is working to the outside. I think they found an exploitation, and now they just got to find some defense from a defensive team.
Definitely got to find a defense, and I mean, it could be a shootout. It doesn't have to be a shootout. I mean, the Comets have the momentum right now. The Colts, they've been doing a great job on offense, but now you have to stand tall, stand on that front line, be prepared for war, and handle business. You got to handle business right now. It's the second quarter. You want to go in halftime with the lead, not just by 2 points, but by 12, at least 6.
Let's see if they can recover one of these kickoffs like they've been. If they get the ball back here and get some momentum, Mills may run away with this game because I think the team that gets the most stops is going to win.
It reminds me of a Big Ten game. Not much defense being played here, but definitely a shootout.
At the 40-yard line, first down.
The Colts will be at the 40-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10. Of course, they have Rainer and Turner in the backfield. Expect more of that read option, the speed option. Maybe an RPO. They haven't hit their favorite receiver 19 in a while, so maybe he gets into some of this action. and the Colts run a speed
Turner is
option to
brought
the
down
left.
by an
Turner is
angry
brought down by Caleb Sane
Caleb
for the
Sane.
Comets.
No game. Second down.
And for the first time, they actually had a little bit of containment on that outside. Whenever you're playing a lot of teams that are running speed sweeps, RPOs, that alleyway, being an alleyway player, you have to be able to keep that containment, because if not, you're expecting DNs and D tackles to catch guys running 4.6s and 4.4s, you know.
Definitely on that high school level, when you have the confidence and feel like you're the better player, you're going to play like it. The quarterback rolls right,
Pass intended
throws
for
the
number
ball,
4,
and for some reason he keeps targeting
Xavier
Pierce,
Williams.
but hasn't completed one yet. That pass was incomplete.
He better be careful, because if he throws another one like that, Pierce almost tracked that ball spinning around. Great work.
And Pierce is trying to explain to the coach the RPO that they're doing that's fooling him right now, but he just stays locked in. They're going to keep coming his way, and he's definitely going to go trick-or-treating early.
The key right now is that Mills has to keep getting pressure on these backs for Rivercrest. If they keep doing that, it's going to make these balls 50-50 instead of 60-40 and 70-30. And those are the balls that the Mills Comets are going to take advantage of.
Definitely will take advantage of. And they had a lineman down the field, which causes a flag. And as you know, when you run RPOs, you can't have any lineman down the field. That is illegal. And that brings up 2nd and 15 for the Colts. We have another flag on the play. No, the flag is waved off.
2nd down, 15.
2nd and 15. Rayner and Turner in the backfield. He drops back. He throws a screen, and it is intercepted. And he's rumbling. He's tumbling. He goes. He makes the quarterback miss, and he gets in the end zone. That is another cornerstone touchdown for the Mills Comets. That's Caleb Sane making plays back to back. And that momentum that we talked about earlier is now showing the Comets can take off with this game, stop the shootout, and do what they do, and that's keep scoring on offense.
Big play for your Mills High Comet defense.
Caleb Sane, you're in that one bag, I'm telling you.
And just like that, just like we said, all it takes is for one brick to fall and the rest of the house will crumble.
Definitely.
60 to 70.
And Coach Lee goes for 2 in that formation he loves oh so much.
I stay with the same play.
And
now, so I'll go to the right.
will it be power right, left, or does he roll out for the play action? And they hand it to Murdoch. Murdoch doesn't get in this time. 2-point no good, but the Comets are up 34 to 26. Second quarter, 8 minutes left.
34, Mills, 26.
And we will be back in a second. And we are back as QJ King gets set to kick this ball off. With this momentum the Comets have right now, they do have the opportunity to keep pushing, keep chugging and doing what they do. Let's see if the defense can continue to stand tall and battle.
King set to kick off to number 2, Turner, number 1, Rayner.
And he kicks that ball off. That is Turner on the return. He sees a hole, and he bursts, and he runs over Daniel Brown as Daniel gets up and flexes.
Where the Colts will take over. I can see a kickoff return.
Turner definitely had his eyes on the end zone with that one, Tyler.
He did, and the burst he had was immaculate.
I can see a kickoff return.
And they run a speed option to the left. He never looks to pitch the ball for some reason. I'm not sure. He picks up about a yard or two on that play, which brings up 2nd and 8. 2nd and 9. Second and 9. They send a player in motion. They finally get 19 back in the game. He makes a cut, and that's Big Charlie Charleston Collins on the tackle. And now their Comet defense are showing that they are here. They are ready to play. That's no gain. It's 3rd and 9.
So I think exactly what we said happened. The Colts have been sticking in. Their skill players are deep. They're going crazy. But this offensive line of the Colts have been gritty, grinding in the trenches. But Charleston is just, and this defensive line are just doing too much.
They are, and do they pick this one up? They are 3 and 1 on 3rd downs, and that will be a flag on the Colts. It's a false start that pushes them back. It's now 3rd and 14, and they switch quarterbacks right now. They go from Rayner to Cavante Washington. Cavante was the one that threw the rollout pass earlier, so expect that rollout pass right here from Cavante Washington.
And just a sophomore, it just proves to show how much faith the coach has for this Colts offense.
Definitely has faith. Probably wants to get his feet wet here some early in the season, but Cavante was the quarterback they put in for the rollout earlier, so be expecting that right here, and they do roll out to the left. Pressure is there. The pressure was on, and it is now incomplete. They are now 3 and 2 on 3rd down conversions. That brings up 4th and 14.
And you know, Tyler, I think that was a case of his eyes got bigger than his legs right there. He saw the end zone because there was not a soul near him, and he dropped the ball, went upfield without the ball. Number 1 rule of a receiver.
The number 1 and most important rule: don't take your eyes off the ball. Catch it with your eyes first.
Comet fans, your team needs you. 4th down and 14.
And 4th and 14, they don't look to punt. Cavante drops back again, senses the pressure. He has a great deep ball. And who do you think? Jabray Shaw comes and knocks him out as he flexes while he gets up. That is a turnover on downs. The Comets have the momentum. Let's see what they do here. I feel like they take a shot. They go deep right here. Maybe throw something real subtle, throw another quick screen. But a shot to Anton Pierce is something to be on the lookout for right now, with it being 1st and 10 on the 45-yard line.
And with little over 6 minutes left in the second half, with the Comets with 2 timeouts, we'll see if they can take advantage of this turnover.
I think they do take advantage. They have QJ King spread out left to the bottom of the screen by itself. trips right, and they run a play action. Rigo drops back. He gets pressure.
Trying to get loose.
He breaks the tackle. Long as he holds onto the ball, he'll be all right, and he is stuffed in the backfield after losing about 3 yards, which brings up 2nd and 13. They did look to go deep, as I said, but that one wasn't able to be completed. Maybe they go quick screen right now or inside-outside zone to pick up a couple yards that they just lost. But QJ King is still to the bottom of the screen right now by himself. Man coverage, no help up top. And Daniel Brown on the carry for no gain. 3rd and 12.
And Brown just kind of missed the hole there. He had a lineman pulling, going upfield, and he just decided to bounce it out. But that is the credo of every offensive lineman ever, is that no matter how many times you open the hole, a running back will always bounce it outside.
And being a former running back, we see what we see. There are trips right. Spread formation. QJ to the bottom of the screen still. Do they hit QJ right here? No, they roll out right. Rigo throws the ball, and he throws an interception directly to number 3, Marcus Slayton. He has a convoy, and we have another flag on the play.
We got a flag on the play.
And this flag might be against the Comets once again. If so, that'll be 9 flags in the first half.
And that, Tyler, was the absolute last thing you needed with a lead and the ball at the 50-yard line. Just be smart. Don't try to do too much. And great play by number 3 of the Colts.
Definitely a great play. Rigo is a young quarterback still learning. He's in his junior season.
A block in the back.
But we have a block in the back on the return team. And that bags them up about 15 yards from the spot where they were at.
1st and 10. Rivercrest.
1st and 10 on the 35-yard line. They stay in that spread formation. They switch running backs. They went from Mike Rayner and Kobe Turner to Mike Rayner and Marcus Slayton in the backfield.
Just a little bit of change of pace. Slayton just caught the pick. A big junior. We'll see if he can make any difference in this run game.
And I think they give it to him on the inside zone. No, they don't. They use him to block. The Comets could have picked that one up, but hesitated right there. I see you, Murdoch, right there.
Murdoch in the backfield causing pressure.
So it looks like whenever they have Slayton in the game and number 52, Tyshawn Love, it looks like they're going for a heavy package, and they're going to run a little bit of Wildcat, run the ISO, try to get that athlete out in space.
I'm loving how you dissecting the game right now. Let me find out you did this for a living, man, not just playing but coaching and everything else.
Oh, he splits them, and he's brought down by number 7.
And the coach try to make a play, doesn't make a play, splits 2 defenders, but still get brought down. That brings up 3rd and an acre.
18.
And you know, Tyler, I actually am a coach. I've coached for about 7 years myself. I also coach a minor league football team here in Little Rock called the Arkansas Punishers.
Shout out to the Punishers. And my boy Terry. The coach sent someone in motion, but we have another flag on the play.
That ball, false start.
False start on the Colts.
Going forward too early to back him up 5 more yards. 3rd down, 23.
And that is now 3rd and 23.
Well, you know, Tyler, they've made a lot of big plays on these 3rd and 4th and longs, but I think this one might be just a little too long.
Maybe they roll out right here, and they do roll out. But he rolls out, looks left, drops the ball, fumbles, picks it up, fumbles again, and now they lose even more yards. Instead of 3rd and 23, it is now 4th and forever.
We'll call this one 4th and West Dixon Road.
I like that one. I like that one. We might see the first punt of the game. It looks like they do back up the punt. But, hey, a team like the Colts, they're down. You never know. And they might fake it. But first punt of the game, we have Pierce and Shaw back deep to return. Do they stay away from Shaw? Do they stay away from Pierce?
You can't tell me this punt isn't going for 6. It just has that feel of a return as long as there's no penalties.
As long as the punt gets there, and it does get there, they kick it to Pierce. Does Pierce field it? He doesn't. And the punt is down at the 29-yard line.
And I think Pierce made a wise decision just letting that one go.
Definitely. Probably looking for blocks. Probably not sure what he was looking at, but I understand.
Well, this Mills team plays a little bit like a team from the 2000s, early 2000s, 2010s. It kind of feels like there's a lot of hard hitting, setting guys up to get crack blocked, which, was, of course, illegal, and we're back.
And we have trips left. They run a screen, and that screen is to Javian Love. Javian fumbled the ball, but we have a flag on the play. And we keep getting flags. Hopefully this one isn't on the Comets. As I said, they had 8 in the first quarter, and they've been stopping themselves, but they now somehow, some way have the lead.
That was a catch.
And now it is 2nd and 10. That was incomplete. Trips left once again. They try to run the outside zone. He cuts it back to the inside, and he fumbles. And that was Cameron Dunbar fumbling on that carry.
And Tyler, that is probably the 5th or 6th ball we've seen slipped out of a player's hands in a row. Maybe there's a little bit of condensation down there. Maybe the heat's got people cramping up.
Maybe the hands are wet, the gloves are wet. There's something going on right now. Too much sweat on the gloves, I'm not sure, but it has been a lot of fumbles this game on both sides.
Hopefully both teams get a pickup and we can clean this game up.
The Colts are back on offense, and we have another flag. And it's offsides against the Comets. That's their 9th flag, 9th penalty on the game. The 10 total penalty? 10 flags on the Comets. Yep. And it's another fumble.
Recovered.
Looks like it's recovered by the Comets. And right now, it looks like this game is going back and forth. First it was with the score, now it's with the pigskin. Why do they keep fumbling? I don't know why. But if Mills continues to drive down this field, hold on to the ball, they can keep control of this game as they have now took control of the game.
At this point, Tyler, I feel like they may just want to try to do what they can to keep the ball in their hands.
And I'm not sure exactly what they can do. Can't use glue, can't use tape, just got to hold on. And we have trips left to the bottom of the screen. Looks like Jabray is on the right side of the field. Rigo drops back. He throws a deep ball to Jabray, and there is no pass interference. I thought the play stopped as relaxed as Rigo got. It looks like he just relaxed in the middle of the play and then dotted the ball, but the pass is incomplete, which brings up 2nd and 10. And what Coach Lee likes to do, he likes to have a receiver out wide by himself, trips to either side of the field with one receiver on an island by himself, because he does believe in his receivers when they're on the island. Believes in his team more than he believes in the other, as he should. And Rigo looks to the sideline to get the call from the coach. They get the call. They line up. And it might be an inside zone right here. And it's a play action. He throws the comeback to Jabray Shaw. Jabray makes two people miss, and he picks up the first down. That is a comprehensive wellness first down.
2:08 left in the first half.
With the Comets up by 8, 2 minutes left. Does Coach go 2-minute offense or what?
Well, Tyler, I'm not going to lie to you. It seems like this whole game's been 2-minute offense. It seems slower now than it was the first 5 minutes.
And it looks like Jabray might need some attendance as he's limping
Offsides against Rivercrest.
on the sideline, laid out on the field, hoping everything is okay with him. Hopefully it's just a cramp. But if there's no Jabray, that puts a taint in this offense and the defense, but they do have great depth.
And the Comets are also missing number 4, Dylan Parks.
And Rigo drops back. He scrambles. He makes a man miss. And that brings up 2nd and 5.
Second down. 1:45 left in the first half.
And they are in that 2-minute offense. They're hurrying up. They run an outside zone with Daniel Brown. Looks like a horse collar. Doesn't get called for the horse collar, and he is stuffed.
By a host of Colts. Led by number 5, Wyatt Lancaster.
34-26, second quarter, 1 minute and 20 seconds left. 3rd and 4. And Jabray is all right as he comes back on the field along with Derek Murdoch. And they go to that powerhouse formation. And they give it to Jabray. He makes 2 cuts back to the opposite side of the field, makes a man miss, and he picks up another comprehensive wellness first down.
And he goes out of bounds and stops the clock. 55 seconds left in the first half. Your Comets have another set of downs.
Jabray now comes off the field. Ringo and Murdoch in right now. The Comets are looking to the sideline to get the play. They stay in that powerhouse formation. Could it be a rollout? They finally have 2 receivers, and they do drop back. Max protection. Ringo looks. He runs. He's still running, and he gets hit out of bounds after picking up 7 yards, and that brings up 2nd and 3. You don't really see Ringo run too much as he stays in the pocket. Looks to pass first. But this time he got out that pocket and he ran. He does have the ability to run, and he showed us there.
Well, and as we see, they're showing a power formation and trying to pass the ball as they run the ball here. And if they just get to the outside, it's a wrap.
And Daniel Brown breaks for another cornerstone touchdown. The Comets are taking off. They're in that Fendi bag right now, and I'm sure they don't have much to say after a run like that. And it looks like Brown is down on the play in the back of the end zone with his helmet off. The trainers will attend to him. We will be back here in a second.
sideline. Let's go. Let's give both of them men, give young men a hand.
And it looks like he was just cramping right there. Probably a Charlie horse.
Yeah.
And of course, Coach Lee is in his favorite formation when he gets in that red zone. It seems to be unstoppable. The Colts jump off sides.
And the coach jump off sides.
The Comets are winning 40-26.
Closer.
The offense may seem simple, but it's very strategically called. And Ringo gets in for the quarterback sneak on the 2-point conversion.
37 seconds left to the half.
37 seconds
Comets
left
42.
in this first half.
Rivercrest 26.
QJ King is set to kick off with Rayner and Turner back deep. As I said, you can't rely on two guys the whole game. I mean, they're playing both sides of the ball. They're the kick returners. And QJ kicks it right to Kobe Turner. What does Kobe do? He finds a crease, and he is
And he
stuffed
hit hard. Trying to see.
by number 18, and that is Miles Castor.
Miles Castor. I see. I see you, mama.
And you know, Tyler, these guys are gritting it out between Kobe and Michael, as well as Slayton and some of these other guys. You look at the roster of the Colts, and there's a lack of seniors. Most of their seniors seem to be coming off of their offensive line and their defensive line, which would explain a lot of why they've been able to stay in the game for this long.
Makes sense. And it seems like the heat is getting to the players. We have another player cramping. It's Ryan White on the sideline. Looks like a cramp in the calf as the trainer tries to massage it out. And Turner and Rayner are in the backfield. They run the RPO. He hands it off to Kobe Turner. Kobe finds a crease, and he gets to about the 38-yard line, 48-yard line.
You know, more importantly, Tyler, that ran some time off the clock, which is really important for what's going on right now. 25 seconds left. Kobe Turner barely got touched on that play, and there was a reason why. Holding.
And when you run that outside zone, a running back tries to get to the outside and stretches the ball out. Sometimes you tend to get the hold because the lineman or whoever is blocking is trying to seal that edge and hit that outside shoulder and kind of turn them inside. So holds tend to happen as they try to reach for the tackle. That brings up first and forever. And we have another flag. It looks like it's a false start on the Rivercrest Colts. And now this game has flipped. They now have 8 flags called on them in this first half compared to Mills' 10 flags, but there are 8 called on them in the first quarter. We have 25 seconds left in this half. Mills is up 42-26. The clock is running.
Stovall breaks loose.
And Stovall breaks loose and is smacked by Anton Pierce after picking up the first down.
Nice run by Stovall, 17.
The Colts do have some speed on that team.
Well, you asked Coach, hey, Coach, it's 1st and 23. What's the call? And he said, we're just going to run our offense and just trust our athletes to make plays.
That's exactly what they did there, and I think they do that again as they put Kayshawn in,
And it's incomplete.
and the pass is incomplete, and they continue to target Pierce. Or is that Jalen Into?
And you hate to see this first couple of games of the season, especially when it's games where you're running a track meet like this. I mean, guys are cramping left and right. I think we've seen 5 guys fall to cramps alone. I mean, sometimes it doesn't matter how much water, Gatorade you drink. You just can't. Look at Paulo Banchero from Duke University. Sweated out 8 pounds of water per game.
Right, that's definitely crazy. Really. So, I mean, you never just know what type of athlete, what type of player you're dealing with, and their physique. And we have Derek Murdoch down on the field right now. We will take a brief break. And we are back. Murdoch is able to come off the field. We have 10 seconds left in this half. That is Cavante Washington. And we have another flag on the play.
Okay, mother. All right, bye. Quarterback drops back.
And he drops back. He is
Pass
rushed.
incomplete.
And that pass is incomplete
Pressure by number
with the
3.
pressure by Caleb Sane, who has been having a great defensive game. He had the touchdown, the interception, the pick 6 earlier. He did have a forced fumble, and he does have that quarterback hurry right there. 6 seconds left in this second quarter, 42-26. The Comets are in the lead. They put Cavante Washington in at quarterback. Whenever he's in, they do like to roll out, or they like to go deep, whichever one you see fit for. And this time they put Kobe Turner out wide at receiver. That's something to look for, but they handed off on the RPO. And 1 second left in this second quarter. And that will do it for our first half, with the Comets winning 42-26. And you can join us after the break for the Achilles Carpet One halftime show.
sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. That's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why
Pierce with the snap, and he steps back and he launches it again to number 12, who's wide open, and he makes just a fantastic.
Here we go, Gomez with the kick. Going all the way across the field.
He got space.
He's at the 40, the 50. He's got room. The 30, the 20, the 10, all the way to the house for the score.
Second half, they ended on a pretty good note right there at the end of the first half. And up the right side, Pin up the right side. He's to the house. Nobody's going to catch him. It is a foot race, and no one's going to catch him. 10-5, touchdown, Cleo Pin.
Another fumble, another flag, and another touchdown. Will the touchdown...
Ball. High school level, these can get pretty interesting.
And it's kicked off. It's going to be picked up by Penn right there. He's just going to he picks it up late and he runs it up the right side, and he's got all sorts of room. He's up to the 40, the 30, the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cleo Penn with 45 seconds left on the clock to runs back the kickoff. Wow, what a play. Touchdown.
Formation, still in pistol. The running back runs out wide. It looks like a false start, but oh my gosh, that's a hit, that's a fumble, and that was number 20 on the Mills Comets, Derek Murdoch. Draw play up. Make something happen right now. They're still in that pistol diamond formation, as Carl called it. He looks right, he goes right. The ball is tipped by a running back, and it is also intercepted. He's still running. He pitches the ball to Jabray. Jabray breaks the tackle. The 30, the 20, the 5, the 10. He has these, and he gets a touchdown as he flips in the end zone. The crowd is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do right now. That's another cornerstone touchdown. I mean, we couldn't draw it up.
Pierce for the snap, and he steps back and he launches it again to number 12, who's wide open, and he makes just a fantastic.
Here we go. Gomez with the kick. Going all the way across the field.
He got a space.
He's at the 40, the 50. He's got room. The 30, the 20, the 10, all the way to the house for the score.
Second half, they ended on a pretty good note right there at the end of the first half, and up the right side, Penn up the right side, he's to the house. Nobody's gonna catch him. It is a foot race, and no one's gonna catch him. 10-5, touchdown, Cleo Penn.
Grisham gets the snap. He hands it up the middle. Got a hole. Big C as he crosses the 40, the 35, 40. Now off to the run away from him. That's Acuna as he takes off all the way to the house. Give him 6.
Kind of weird they have going on. He runs. Oh my gosh! There's another fumble, another flag, and another touchdown. Will the touchdown?
Ball. High school level, these can get pretty interesting.
And it's kicked off. It's going to be picked up by Penn right there. He's just going to he picks it up late and he runs it up the right side, and he's got all sorts of room. He's up to the 40, the 30, the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cleo Penn with 45 seconds left on the clock to runs back the kickoff. Wow, what a play. Touchdown.
Formation, still in pistol. The running back runs out wide. It looks like a false start, but oh my gosh, that's a hit, that's a fumble, and that was number 20 on the Mills Comets, Derek Murdoch. Draw play up. Make something happen right now. They're still in that pistol diamond formation, as Carl called it. He looks right, he goes right. The ball is tipped by a running back, and it is also intercepted. He's still running. He pitches the ball to Jabray. Jabray breaks the tackle. The 30, the 20, the 5, the 10. He has these, and he gets a touchdown as he flips in the end zone. The crowd is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do right now. That's another cornerstone touchdown. I mean, we couldn't draw it up.
Pierce for the snap, and he steps back and he launches it again to number 12, who's wide open, and he makes just a fantastic.
Here we go. Gomez with the kick. Going all the way across the field.
He got a space.
He's at the 40, the 50. He's got room. The 30, the 20, the 10, all the way to the house for the score.
Second half, they ended on a pretty good note right there at the end of the first half, and up the right side, Pin up the right side, he's to the house. Nobody's gonna catch him. It is a foot race, and no one's gonna catch him. 10-5, touchdown, Cleo Pin.
Grisham gets the snap. He hands it up the middle. Got a hole. Big C as he crosses the 40, the 35-40. Now off to the race. Away from him. That's up Cunha as he takes off all the way to the house. Give him 6 on the touch.
Kind of weird what they have going on. He runs. Oh my gosh! There's another fumble, another flag, and another touchdown. Will the touchdown?
Ball. On the high school level, these can get pretty interesting.
And it's kicked off. It's going to be picked up by Penn right there. He's just going to he picks it up late and he runs it up the right side, and he's got all sorts of room. He's up to the 40, the 30, the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cleo Penn with 45 seconds left on the clock to runs back the kickoff. Wow, what a play. Touchdown.
Formation, still in pistol. The running back runs out wide. It looks like a false start, but oh my gosh, that's a hit, that's a fumble, and that was number 20 on the Mills Comets, Derek Murdoch. Draw play up. Make something happen right now. They're still in that pistol diamond formation, as Carl called it. He looks right, he goes right. The ball is tipped by our running back, and it is also intercepted. He's still running. He pitches the ball to Jabray. Jabray breaks the tackle. The 30, the 20, the 5, the 10. He has these, and he gets a touchdown as he flips in the end zone. The crowd is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do right now. That's another cornerstone touchdown. I mean, we could draw it up and
The Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. The Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less. It's the Labor Day sale at Akel's Carpet One.
Get up to 50% off store-wide with payments as low as $40 per room. Plus 18-month no-interest financing.
We make it beautiful for less.
Welcome back, Comet fans, to the Kills Carpet One halftime show.
England 6.
We just went down to the field and joined the band's halftime performance, and we hope that you all enjoyed that performance tonight.
We were just told that Robinson game has been called for tonight.
The Robinson and Forest City game has been called for the night. Robinson was winning 28-0, and their game has been called. It will be over for the rest of the night. In that first half, I just want to touch base on how it was a shootout at the beginning of the game, going back and forth, kind of like the song. But the Comets finally gained that momentum that they were looking for. They got their first lead of the game when they went up 28-26 after converting that two-point conversion. They also stopped the Rivercrest Colts on two-point conversions as they stuffed them in the backfield. But the game started off slow because Mills had 8 flags in that first quarter, 10 flags total in the first half. But it balanced out as the Rivercrest Colts then had 8 flags called on them within that whole half as well. So it kind of balanced out 8-10, but 2 of those flags on the Comets did cause 2 touchdowns to come back, one for a rush from Daniel Brown, and then Daniel Brown did break on a kick return as well, and that got called back due to holding. So the Comets did shoot themselves in the foot.
It was actually QJ King's screen. QJ had 2 big plays called back from the return as well as the screen. So he had over 150 yards that were called back by penalties. The tail of that first half, honestly, was the penalties. And as we got a little more humid, as this weather started to kick up a little bit, Tyler, the ball slipped out of every player's hands. I think we had 5 straight plays where the ball either left a player's hands or was turned over. And kids started cramping up out here. I mean, you can only drink so much water until the temperature changes, and you can only take so much, you know?
Definitely understand, and I would like to spotlight Jabray Shaw. He had 3 touchdowns in that first half, 3 runs. He also had a deep catch at the beginning of the game for about 35 yards where he snagged it on the defender. And he also had 2 two-point conversions, one where he ran it in and one where he caught one in the back of the end zone. QJ stands out as well as he has 1 touchdown, but he had 3 quick screens like you just touched based on. But that combination of QJ King and Jabray Shaw is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And then you have Anton Pierce lined out wide, but he's not the only person they have. They also have, I believe it's Javian Love, who does things on both sides of the ball as well. And it's just that offense that Coach Lee runs. I mean, the formations, you know what's coming. Trips left, trips right. Quick screens, inside zones, outside zones. Then he goes powerhouse. So, I mean, you know what's coming. It's just a matter of can you stop it. I mean, he's blatantly disrespecting you because you know what's coming. But he's very strategic in when he calls those plays.
Well, he's daring you to stop him. And, I mean, that's kind of the point of any offense is we get to react first. You know, when you're on defense, you've got to be reactive and you don't get to act. You've got to make a decision based off what the other team's doing. And that's exactly what was happening with the Mills defense. They were moving a little too slow because they had too many things being thrown at them between motions, set shifts, a lot of misdirection. We saw some counter in there. We saw some jet option. Between these skill players of the Rivercrest team and the veteran offensive linemen on their team, they were giving Mills everything they could for the first 24 minutes of this game. And the 16-point lead doesn't really tell you how close the game really was, not just 4 minutes before halftime. There were 3 turnovers on the last 2 minutes of the half just because of the ball situation. But when you have offensive linemen, defensive linemen going both ways, gritting and grinding, those skill players are always at every level, whether it be Alabama versus Jackson State or whether it be a 5A versus a 4A school. The linemen are the ones that are going to get it done. And for the better part of the first half, the offensive line of the Colts did a great job holding up what last week seemed like an unstoppable force that was the Comets' defensive line.
Definitely. The trench work is where it begins and where it ends. We said this game probably would be decided by special teams, but with this momentum that the Comets went into the halftime with, it might just be Comets all the way right now. They might actually do what they're supposed to do.
Well, and we've got to give it to the Rivercrest Colts team. They came down here with a game plan. They've stuck to it. And as you get tired, as you start to cramp, as you play both ways, it gets harder and harder to not make those mental mistakes. And, you know, both teams were losing guys to cramps, but Mills' depth of being just a bigger school and that experience they got from that Forest City game last week, I think really helped a lot of guys like Sane, like Jalen Into, these guys that are getting these quality reps against good teams, good defensive or offensive players. That helps in the dog days of the season like tonight.
Definitely. And we have 1 minute left before the third quarter starts, and we will be back in a second. And we are getting ready to kick this ball off. The Rivercrest Colts are getting ready to kick it off to the Mill Comets. We have QJ King back deep, as well as that is another number I can't see from this side. But we are getting ready to start this second half after a great performance by the band. That was a Kill Carpets 1 halftime show. We have Mike Rayner getting ready to kick this ball off. Feet set, ball wet, and we are back for the second half. And he kicks the ball, and it rolls backwards.
You know, I've seen a lot of things, but I don't think I've ever seen an onside kick go the opposite way before the play.
Never, not even Sean Payton's, and he loves to do the onside kick.
Starting the second half with an onside kick, that's kind of been the tale of the game. We've only seen a couple of kicks deep, and those are generally the tide turners, you know. Whoever recovered, if the Colts do recover this, then it might be a big deal.
Definitely. And the Comets take over at the 36-yard line. It's 1st and 10. That onside kick did not work in their favor, as they have gave the Comets a short amount of field to work with. And yeah, Rigo drops back, looks right. They had trips right, and the pass gets tipped by a defensive lineman. And we have another player down on the field, but this time it is for the Rivercrest Colts. I do believe that humidity is getting to some of these players out here. I'm not sure if he's cramping or if he's hurt. He leans up, leans back down. Now the trainers come and get him. We will be back in a second. And we are back. That was Quinshawn Perry down on the field for the Colts. We have trips right to the bottom of the screen. Anton Pierce out left by himself. Man coverage. Doesn't look like there's any help up top. Does he run a curl route? Does coach run an inside zone? It's 2nd and 10. We'll see right here. Maybe a quick screen. I don't know. And Rigo rolls right, looks right, and he throws the curl route to Pierce, like I said, and he completes it. Anton Pierce.
Anton Pierce.
Normally forward progression. He caught that ball close to the first down, but
Definitely.
As we see another Colt run off the field.
And Brown does what he does, and he picks up a comprehensive wellness first down.
Brown's been carrying the load today. He's been giving Shaw a great break a lot of times.
Rigo drops back. He throws the screen, and it is incomplete. Intended for Dylan Parks. Dylan Parks. And Rigo is in spread formation again. They continue with the air raid. Rigo had Javian Love wide open in the back of the end zone, but felt the pressure and felt like he needed to scramble on that one and wound up getting hit hard on that play right there. That brings up 3rd and 7, 8. The Comets stay in spread formation with the trips right. They throw a quick screen to QJ King. He makes a man miss, and he picks up a comprehensive wellness first down.
And QJ is a tough runner. It normally takes more than one guy to bring him down, and he just uses his speed as power.
And yes, he does do that. And let's see, Rigo is under center. He hands out to Shaw. Shaw, as I said, runs at his own pace. And
we see lots of laundry here.
We see a lot, and Shaw continues to make a play. Not sure how he did that, but he did that. And we have flags on the play. Looks like there will be a holding on the offensive line. And that backs him up 10.
Still remaining first down for the Comets.
And the ref begins to walk backwards with the ball. Like I said, the holding, loss of 10 yards. They are now on the 20-yard line. It's 1st and 20. Does he stay in the powerhouse or does he go spread? And Coach Lee decides to stay in that power formation. They have Anton Pierce out wide. He's on an island, but it looks like they have the safety shadowing him up top. So it isn't just a man-to-man. I'm sure it's a run. They don't have another receiver lined up out wide. And we have another flag. That's a false start on the Comets. They are getting back into that laundry type of offense where they just keep getting flags called on them.
Well, Tyler, it looks like it's laundry day here at the Galaxy. Had a lot of flags that we've seen. I think that makes number 13 for the game.
It does. And like I said, there was 8 in the first quarter, 10 in the first half.
You know, these are the types of mistakes that in a game like this can be crucial, you know, because this Colts team can score in a heartbeat, and killing yourself with these penalties is never going to be a good thing.
I understand that, and we just got to get these young players to understand that. Rigo drops back. They have the running back on a hot route, and he's hit from behind. Rigo has took some hits this game, but continues to get up and gather his offense. That was Lancaster on the tackle from behind.
And he came in screaming on the left side, right off the edge against number 56 for the Comets.
And with that blitz that they just had coming from the outside with the running back going on the swing route, we call that a hot route at my old college, but it looks like he ran that to the wrong side, and it looks like they have a blitz coming from both sides once again. They go max protection. Oh, Rigo breaks 2 tackles, and he picks up about 6 or 7 yards on that play. Looks like Jabrez telling the coach he may want the ball on this play right here. So
there's not too many 3rd and 21 plays in your playbook. But if I were to guess here, I would say a screen, maybe a little bit of a speed draw, something to get your athletes in space and really make these Rivercrest Colts tackle you in open space.
Right, and one thing for sure, they can't field goal or punt right here. I think they go to Pierce or Shaw, but QJ King looks open in the – and there.
Wow.
Rigo throws the ball to QJ, and QJ catches the ball for his 2nd touchdown of the game. That was a good play by Rigo as he kept the play alive after being touched by at least 3 defenders. He managed to roll out and still get out and found a wide open QJ King for his 2nd touchdown of the game.
And Ringo did an amazing job making 3 Colts defenders run on top of each other. I mean, it's just his ability to create time in the pocket is unreal.
Gives me a Donovan McNabb feel. Doesn't really run much, can control the offense, throw the ball, gets out the pocket when he needs to, so definitely.
You know, I was going to say a little bit of Russell Wilson myself, get him on the rollouts, but I mean, he makes a lot of this man's a gunslinger. I would go to say that he reminds me of Brett Favre. You know, you never know when he's actually going to get rid of the ball.
Don't, not at all.
Ringo on the center, quarterback sneak.
Ringo on the center, he runs the quarterback sneak, and it is good for the 2-point conversion. And the Comets are now winning 50-26. It took them a while, but they are now in the lead, and they are doing what they do. They are running up the score. Last week, they scored over 50 points. This week, they're at the 50-point mark. It's the 3rd quarter. What more can you ask for? Playing against Forest City last week, they won 58-12. This game, they have 50. This is a high-powered offense. All they have to do is get it going, and they'll be in great shape. QJ is getting set to kick this ball off. We have Mike Rayner and Kobe Turner back to return. Who does he kick it to? Who does he stay away from? I personally would stay away from Kobe Turner, as he's been able to find seams in each kick return and hit them. He has a switch where he just knows how to hit that turbo mode, but let's see who he kicks it to this time. And we have a flag on that kick. They stop the game right here. Looks like Coach Lee is telling QJ where to kick the ball to, who to kick the ball to. So let's see where it goes. Is it a pooch kick? Is it an onside? Does he kick it deep? still have a delay. While we're waiting, I would just like to highlight QJ King. He is a team player as well. He did tell me once before that how he prepares for game day is he has a playlist called That Yeah, and that's how he gets in the zone and gets locked in. Well, QJ, I would like to shout you out because you have been locked in. You've been in that one bag I've been talking about. QJ kicks that ball off, and
the ball goes out of bounds.
The ball goes out of bounds. If you're listening, you should like and subscribe on YouTube or Facebook to the Mill Sports Network or the PCSSD Sports Network by Natural State Sports. We do have 3 other teams as well, and that is the Maumelle Hornet Sports Network, the Robinson Sports Network, and the Sylvan Hills Bear Sports Network, all brought to you by the PCSSD Sports Network and Natural State Sports. And yes, we have great commentators on each side, great color commentators as well. Great all around. 50-26, third quarter, 8 minutes left. Let's see the Comets keep that foot on the pedal and continue to show why they're the ones that we call the U.
Well, here at Mills, it's all about being the best you that you can be. And that's what this team's trying to do this season. That's what these coaches are trying to get these young men to do as we return to play. Something I've
Rivercrest.
And we have a flag on the play. That's a false start against Rivercrest. They'll be backed up 5. It's 1st and 15. They do have Cavante Washington in, their sophomore quarterback. He is the quarterback they put in when they want to do rollout, when they want to throw it deep. He does have a nice deep ball. So expect that rollout right now. And instead they hand it off to the running back. That's Kobe Turner, who's running like a bowling ball, but is brought down by 3 defenders. Charlie is asking for a flag right now. He must be telling them, not in this chocolate factory. It's now 2nd and 13.
Swing play.
Woo!
Bot number 20.
And that is Derek Murdoch. Got to make sure I say Murdoch and not anything else. Man, did he lay him out or what? And we do have a flag on the play. Not sure if it's taunting or what. But Derek brings that hat on both sides of the ball. I mean, Murdoch is one of those studs that you just have to look out for. Derek Murdoch, he's standing at 5'10", 190. He's a junior. Plays both sides of the ball. Knows how to drop that top, whichever side of the ball he's on.
Against the Comets.
And that's a flag on Murdoch for standing over him. Can't say I wouldn't have done it myself, but with a hit like that, Coach, you just got to accept it sometimes. He's turning his whole defense up. That flag right now has just turned the fans up. It's turned the Comets up, turned the sidelines up. Looks like Coach Lee is the only one that's happy. Is the only one that isn't happy about that. But with a hit like that, sometimes you need a flag to get that team momentum and energy back up in the sky. We are live at the U.
And Tyler, a big thing is trying to stay disciplined whenever you have a game where you have these long delays.
Yeah, and we have Cavante Washington dropping back. He throws the curl route, is nearly picked by number 18, and that is Miles Castor on the play. Castor is one of those defensive studs that the Comets have on defense. Last week he had 2 interceptions This week he hasn't came up with one tonight's game, but he nearly had one right there. That brings up 3rd and 5.
Comet fans, make some noise.
What do they do here? The defense looks like it's ready. I see Derek Murdoch coming off that edge right now. They have everyone standing up except Charlie.
Quarterback throws the ball
And the ball is complete for about 4 yards. That brings up 4th and 1. If I'm coach, I bring the house right here. They've been looking for screen passes. They have the quarterback, Kavonte Washington, in. He's the quarterback that throws, doesn't look to run at all. Usually a rollout. He gives a signal. He tells the receivers what to do. I'm sure it's going to be an RPO. And they're trying to get the defense to jump off sides. They don't jump. The discipline shows right there. And what does the Rivercrest coach dial up right here? RB dive, and yes, they do that right there. And Kobe Turner picks up another comprehensive wellness first down.
First down for the Colts.
That was the hardest first down of Kobe Turner's life because Mills was in between sending 7 and 8 the entire time.
And I stand with you on that one, my man. But the Comets are doing a good job. The Colts are doing a good job, but the bad thing about it is they're keeping that clock running. They're taking forever to get the play call. It's winding the time down. They're down a lot to a little. They just need to speed it up right now.
And that's something you'll see with a sophomore quarterback as they have their starting quarterback out here at receiver.
And Kavonte rolls out left. He throws it, and Jabrace Shaw picks him up and body slams him to the ground. That pass was complete from Kavonte Washington to Jacavian Williams. The Colts have a lot of sophomores on the field right now, and they're playing good together. So maybe in a couple years, just not tonight, not this year. But they might bring it along soon.
Listen, it's not over yet. A 16-point game. Well, no, I'm sorry, an 18-point game. It's never quite over, you know.
No, it never is. You're right. They're up by 24. But you're all right. And the Colts pick up another comprehensive wellness first down. That's Mike Rayner on the carry.
Rayner on the carry.
The Colts continue to run away from Charlie. They're steady getting outside. Hasn't been many holding calls called on the Colts for some reason. I'm not sure. But usually when it's an outside zone or anything outside, it tends to be a couple of holding calls called, a couple flags thrown, simply because that lineman or whoever is the lead blocker, they want to get to that outside, and they want to hit that outside shoulder, kind of seal that edge, and that allows the defense person to reach, and that's how the holding gets called sometimes. Ooh. And Kobe Turner is stuffed in the backfield for a 1-yard loss by, who do you think? Renault Wilkerson. That's my man RJ out there. We see him, and now we have some more flag on the field.
Getting a little chippy down there.
Not sure if that'll be another taunting penalty or what, but the refs don't seem to be playing any games tonight.
If I'm the Rivercrest coach right now, I'm going to try to take everything that I can get from these referees. If they want to taunt and give me a free first down, I'll take that every single down of the night.
Definitely. But one thing I would like to say about these Rivercrest coaching staff is they're sticking to the script. They're sticking to the game plan. The game has gotten out of hand. They're down by 24, but they're not forcing it. They're not looking to go deep. They're not looking to hurry up and score. They're playing their game. Yeah, it takes forever, but that's what got them their 26 points. And maybe it can get them some more points.
Well, and I think a big part of that is that they're trying to get some rhythm for this young quarterback.
Second down, 12.
And it looks like they might have switched quarterbacks once again and took Kavonte Washington out. Or I'm not sure if that's 11 or 1. But when Kavonte is in, they tend to pass and roll out. When Mike Rayner is in, they tend to run speed options, and that is Mike Rayner.
Got a lot of people chasing him.
And they go back to the well.
And they go back to the RPO. Rayner is that RPO type quarterback, And then you have Kavontae Washington, who's the rollout quarterback, who probably has a better arm than Rayner, but Rayner is completing his passes. I'm not sure if it's because he's able to get to the outside, kind of get free from that defensive line, but he is completing those passes. Rayner.
We've got trips to the short side of the field. I wouldn't be surprised if we got a little bit more of the jet motion out of this to try to get some guys in open space.
When they have their trips to the short side of the field, they tend to run the option to the opposite side. They've done that earlier in the game, and this time he picks up about 2 yards, making it 2nd and 8 right now. But, yeah, when they have the trips to the short side of the field, they tend to run speed option to the wide side of the field. This time it doesn't work out in their favor. The first time it did, as well as the second time. So let's just keep an eye on that. Right now they go back to their regular formation. They have a man coming in motion to kind of throw off the defense. It doesn't throw him off, and he is tackled in the backfield for a loss of 2. That brings up 3rd and 10.
Murdoch carrying the ball with Stovall.
Well, you know, you can only run something so many times before a defense finally figures it out. And once they do, if you don't have the counter punch, then it's going to make it real difficult.
And they haven't been countering much, but somehow they've managed to work their way up on the scoreboard, 50-26. I mean, they did have a pick 6. I believe that was Caleb Sane. Then they made some other defensive stops. But let's see what they have here. And Mike Rayner throws out right. He throws deep. And who do you think? That's Murdoch once again.
4th down.
Looks as though we have another comment down. Nope, and he's back up.
And it is now 4th and 10. Let's see what the Colts can do here. They've already converted on 2 4th downs earlier tonight. They need this 4th down bad right now. They haven't done a great job passing with Mike Rayner in the game. I believe it'll be an RPO, something of that nature. They roll out, and he is hit. That is Caleb Sane in the backfield once again. Charleston Collins, and that defense is making a stand right now. The defense is doing what they're supposed to do, and, man, I'm loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
And, you know, honestly, I think if that was completed, I wouldn't be surprised if we would have seen an ineligible receiver downfield. Like you said before, on those RPOs, you've got to get that ball out quick, even with the rollouts. It looked like he had a corner route open initially, but he came back to the dig on the backside. And you just got to make those reads a little bit quicker.
You do, and Coach Lee is turned down there. I mean, they turned up. Reminds me of the Timberwolves when they won that play-in game.
I wouldn't be shocked to see a little tunnel screen here.
And they stay in the air. Rigo goes deep. That's number 4, and he completes it. Wait, it looks like it is completed, and Rigo is on fire right now.
Hey, listen, that was a
Tyler Johnson,
effort.
number 4.
Phenomenal effort by 21 of Rivercrest, but he just couldn't get his hand quite in the cookie jar, Tyler.
He couldn't, and he tried as best as he could, but Rigo put the ball where his receiver could get it. It's surprising that they're throwing the ball right now. They're up by 24, 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. Maybe Coach doesn't want to take his foot off the pedal right now.
Well, you know, at this juncture in the game, I think it's important to make a statement and keep the ball rolling. It's not really about scoring points. It's about getting first downs.
And they stay in the air with it, but this time Rigo is sacked. And Rigo loses 2 yards on that sack. That brings up 2nd and 12. I'm sensing the inside zone right here. And nope, they run a quick screen to QJ King. He's been getting off. And he's still in that one bag. And he picks up another comprehensive wellness 1st down. Man, I'm excited. They're excited. I'm into it right now. I'm sensing another score. I told you earlier this is going to be a shootout unless the Comets really laid that hat down and stood tall on that battlefield, and they've done that. They've came back. They got their first lead when it was 28-26. They haven't looked back yet. Rigo looks to the sideline, looks for the play, gets the play. They're in spread formation. They have two receivers on both sides. They send a man in motion. That's Tyler Johnson in motion. He fakes it. He hands the ball to Daniel Brown. Daniel gets a good burst, and he picks up about 8 yards. That brings up 2nd and 2.
And you just look at this offensive line of the Mills Comets, and they're really deep in their bag right now. We got a lot of the fake jet counter to the opposite side. Some of the same things that Rivercrest was running in the first half is what Mills is running right now, and it's working. You know, it's hard for a defense to react that quick, especially with all that movement. And when you get big boys up there going up against DBs, it's going to be a long day.
Scary sight. Trench work. That's what I like to call it. But they're outside of them trenches. They sent another man in motion. That's Jabray Shaw. He likes to run at his own pace, and he does. He reminds me a little bit of Le'Veon, and he takes the step. And now he's getting chippy with number 3 on the Colts.
Players get back. Players get back. Players get back.
And things have gotten chippy as they both pushed each other.
You know, in these types of games, you're fighting, you're battling, and then as you go down and as the team starts to drive the ball down the field, it becomes really easy to lose your temper. You know, you're putting everything you got out there, and sometimes it's just not easy when you're starting to get your butt whooped a little bit.
Man.
But hopefully these players clean it up. It's really important that we keep it a clean game. We don't want any injuries or any unnecessary suspensions, because that's what you'll get when you have those types of incidents. But it looks like everybody's calmed down and we're right back to play.
We are, and we don't want anything like that. We're not condoning that. Charlie looks like he's limping.
After the play was over, personal foul against the Comets. Number 8. Personal foul against Rivercrest. Number 3.
And we have a personal foul against number 8 on the Comets and number 3 on the Rivercrest Colts, and they both offset.
I got you, Mr. Brown. Yeah, no, they won't. Because it happened when the play ended. Yeah.
And you know, Tyler, right now, with the ball close to the end zone, they're back in the wishbone formation. I think power all day. The left side of the field is wide open.
Definitely, but I would go short right here. And they do go short, and they don't get anything.
Number 11 on the carry.
Cameron Dunbar.
That'll be the last play of the third quarter.
And that does it for the third quarter. The Comets are still in the lead, 50-26, as this quarter comes to an end. We will be back, and I would like to say subscribe, like, and tell your friends and family about it. We're here on the Mills Comets Sports Network, PCSSD Sports Network. And I also have some fellow friends and workers on other networks as far as my Mills Sports Network, the Robinson Sports Network, and the Silver Hill Bears Sports Network. We will be back in a second.
You ready for this? Home field advantage is such a huge deal in football, and I think it's a huge deal in the mortgage world too. That's why, you know, we're a local company. We have in-house processing and underwriting, and that enables me to make sure that my customers have a great experience from kickoff to the closing table. And that's just what we want to do, is give them a great experience.
With Cornerstone Home Lending, you'll always have the home field advantage. Text DO to 36260 to get started today.
And we are back live here at the U, as the coaches like to call it, and the players. And we are in the fourth quarter. It's 2nd and goal, 50-26. Comets are in the lead. And we have a dead ball false start on the offense. That is their 14th flag of the game. And they're in their powerhouse. They give it to Jabray. He reverses fields. He stiff arms. And he runs out of bounds and runs over the player as he runs out of bounds. That brings up 3rd and goal.
3rd down and goal. Mill students, please call your rides.
Jabray is one of those studs.
Because they called Joe T game. Yeah, we got called over at Joe T. Are you over there? Yeah, I didn't play that play. Okay. Well, technically.
And Coach Lee stays in that power formation.
Drop back wide open.
Rigo drops back.
Throw the ball.
And he looks for Charleston Collins. And Charleston comes up short of the catch. Looks like he's laid out on the field. Does he get up? He does not.
Against the Comets.
And we hope he's okay down there. And we have a holding against the Comets, which makes it their 15th penalty of the game.
And as he's down, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we will be right back.
Rivercrest declined that penalty. That brings up 4th down. It's 4th and goal. They have 10 yards to go. They go back to spread. Trips left to the bottom of the screen with QJ on the right side at the top of the screen by himself. Lined up in man coverage. We have Jabray Shaw to the left side of the field along with Tyler Johnson. Rigo looks left. He looks to Jabray, and he throws it to QJ, and the pass is incomplete. That is a turnover on downs, which brings the Colts back on offense. Do they put in Cavante Washington at quarterback, or do they use Mike Rayner?
And, Tyler Rayner's been playing some receiver, too. I think they're just trying to get him the ball in space. But just if you're going to turn the ball over, you hate to do it in the red zone. But with 11:40 left in the fourth, up 24, I think this is probably an ideal situation for the Mills defense. Because if they get a turnover or if they get a stop here, it's going to make a huge difference.
Definitely. And the Colts will have to drive about 90 yards. I don't see them driving 90 yards. Not in this quarter, not in this game.
He picks up about 4 or 5 yards.
And the Colts run on that play. They pick up about 4 yards, which brings up 2nd and 6. And they put in big number 3. Looks like they had the wrong side of the ball. And it's nearly intercepted. It looks like it was a screen play. We do have Charleston Collins, who's still down in the back of the end zone on the sideline. Looks like he's cramping in his calf muscle. Hopefully everything is all right. He's been down there for about 5-6 minutes.
And if you look, there were some offensive linemen in the backfield on that play, Tyler. And I know on a screen, you want to release the defensive lineman, but I don't know if you want to follow them.
definitely don't want to follow him. And I think that's what some high schoolers tend to do sometimes. When it's a screenplay, they might get confused, see their man coming back there, they want to run back to save it, but that's definitely messing up the play. Rain drops. Oh my gosh, and Jabray Shaw has laid the hat. I don't know what's gotten into him, but he's gotten into them, and that's definitely how you play football, young man. I see you out there. And that brings up 4th and 6. Looks like the Colts will be punting here.
Jabray put his helmet on the ball and nothing else. It was a great defensive play. It was a very heady defensive play, no pun intended, and it almost turned into a Mills Comets turnover. Let's see what the Colts do.
Tyler Johnson and Jabray Shaw.
And the Colts kicked that one deep. It rolls out about the 50, 47-yard line. Score is 50-26 with 10 minutes and 20 seconds left in this 4th quarter. I believe Coach will keep his foot on that pedal and look to score right now. He's been airing it out in the 4th quarter with a lead of 24, and I think he continues to do that. And they have QJ in at quarterback. And it looks like they'll be running some options as he handed that ball off to Cameron Dunbar right there. He gets tackled for a 3-yard loss. That brings up 2nd and 13. They have switched from Ringo to QJ King in at quarterback. Not sure if Ringo is done for the night, but QJ is in right now. And QJ did do a great job last week playing at quarterback, so he can do it. He is reliable. They're in their spread. They run an RPO with QJ King.
Don't call it.
And QJ makes a cut. He gets to the 40, and he gets out of bounds. That is another comprehensive wellness first down. His cuts are very smooth. He gets in and out of the cuts very well. Smooth is fast. Once again, smooth is fast. He's very smooth.
He did a great job there getting out of bounds, protecting his body a little bit. You know, when you're in this type of game, it's gotten a little chippy. These guys are tired. You want to conserve as many hits on your body as you possibly can this late into a game that you're up, 24 points.
Definitely. And you can tell that QJ has a good awareness of this game. He has a good awareness for football, and it shows. I mean, whether he's a receiver, kicker, or quarterback.
Ooh, the screen is wide open on the right.
And we might have a false start here. And the ref doesn't even throw the flag. He wraps it around his wrist. And it is a false start, which makes it 1st and 15 for the Mills Comets here at the U.
And as you see guys on the sidelines kind of limping around, cramping around, I think they'll do a much better job as the season goes on of taking care of their bodies and staying healthy. But, tonight is just one of those muggy nights, and let's see how they finish.
And QJ is in at quarterback. They have trips right, and they run the read option. Once again, Dunbar is stuffed for no gain. But kind of like how you said, we have guys on the sidelines kind of banged up. I mean, we have guys playing both sides of the ball, and that's what has gotten this team to where it is now, playing great on both sides of the ball. They're able to have athletes on both sides of the ball. And, I mean, with a lead like this, you kind of just want to maybe relax some of your starters. Not saying that coach should do that or telling them what to do, but just you know, give them a little break. They're up by 24, but you do want to keep that foot on the pedal. Let it be known that you're here to come, you're here to stay.
Well, you know, you've got those guys that are starters, and then you've got those 1A guys that could start if you didn't have, you know, bona fide studs in front of them. And now's the time to really get those guys the quality reps. Maybe they're playing receiver, but when Ringo is gone, now they're playing quarterback, you know. And or maybe at a different level or at a different place they'd be playing that position. And so as you see this, coach is doing a good job of getting guys moved around. You see a different mix-up of guys on the offensive line as well. Got to give those big boys some love.
Definitely. They always need to get their feet wet, whether it's at the beginning or the end of the season. Beginning of the game, end of the game. And we have trips right once again. QJ throws a dot, and the ball is still in play because it was a backwards pass, and he threw that one to Tyler Johnson.
Backwards, it's a live ball.
And that's a loss of about
Dylan Parks picks up the ball.
10 yards, and that brings up 3rd and 2 long.
We'll call it 3rd and West Dixon, you know. See, East Dixon's when they're on our side.
Right.
West Dixon's over here, you know. But, no, I mean, there's not really a 3rd and 29 play here. So you want to kind of try to get your athletes the ball, get them into space and see what they can do. We've got a one-on-one matchup down here. It looks like, well, they might be bracketing him. But if you can get an outside release, maybe get a little deep dig.
Yeah, and I was feeling the inside zone. I mean, there's no rush. And
QJ
throws.
And we got a flag
we have
on the play.
a PI on the play. I think there's going to be an offensive pass interference. It was a duck, but he threw it.
The most pass interferences you'll ever see are on underthrown balls. You know, a lot of colleges teach their guys to, and high schools, of course, teach their guys to run under those outside release routes. So whenever you do, if the ball is underthrown, you're running under it. The defensive back has to react to you. They're going to grab you a little bit.
Definitely. And the Comets are looking like they're about to punt. This will be their first punt of the night. It is 4th and about 29, 4th and forever. So a punt would suffice right here. And QJ punts the ball, and he punts it very good. And we can't make the tackle right now.
On the return, number 4, Jacavian Williams, brought down by.
And that was Jacavian Williams on that return.
Number 1 helping number 1. Good sportsmanship.
And we have another Mills player
Flag down.
looking like he needs help.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against the Comets.
Bills penalty. You know, it's easy to have 15 penalties when you're up 20, but
17.
17 penalties. It's easy to have, 17 penalties when you're up 20, but imagine what the score would be if they didn't have 17 penalties. You know, that's 2 touchdowns minimum, and depending on the yards, it's another, touchdown. It's tough when you what a defensive play.
Great defensive play, but that was a great ball. He did put it right in the bucket. That brings up 2nd and 10. 6 minutes left in this game. 50-26. Comets are in the lead by 24. They send a player in motion. It doesn't throw the defense off, and we have another flag. Just let them play.
Guess who the flag was
All
on?
sides against the Comets.
Wow. The Comets. 18 penalties.
And funny enough, even though they jumped off, it still looked like that inside zone run off of the motion was still going to get some yards.
And the coach trying to run it right up the middle.
Brings up 3rd and short.
Might be 19. Oh, false start.
We had a false start there.
We got a false start against Rivercrest.
That'll make it 3rd and 6.
This game gonna be over at 3 o'clock in the morning. Democrat gonna say it. Time right store.
And that's 3rd.
Y'all get those at the game.
And that's 3rd and 6. He rolls out and he throws the ball, and it is incomplete.
Bring up 4th down. Shaw on the coverage.
And, honestly, I'd like to comment right there on that play. Shaw did a great job of just getting his hand in there. The receiver wasn't able to complete the catch, but if he had, Shaw had his hand in there, and who knows, he could have jarred it loose. Maybe that's why he didn't catch it.
Maybe so, Terry. And we have another flag.
Against the Comets, number 19.
That's the 19th flag. And the Colts are back in that spread formation. What do they do? Inside zone number 19. Stovall up the middle, and he picks up a comprehensive wellness first down.
I think that was the play they were going to run 3 penalties ago. I'm not really sure, but it's really easy. It's really easy to rest on your laurels and to be a talented player. But the old saying goes that hard work beats talent when talent fails to work hard.
And hard work does beat talent when talent fails to work hard. And who is that? Looks like that's number 29. And that is, that's Anthony Kennedy.
Anthony Kennedy.
A freshman defensive end. Great size, 6'2", long length, 215 yards. 215 pounds.
215 yards and penalties tonight, maybe, Tyler.
Maybe.
That's probably right. Oh, good.
Ooh, he finally pitches the ball, and he pitches it to number 3, the bowling ball, and man, is he rolling. He's trying to get a strike, and that brings up another comprehensive wellness first down.
And that's Marcus Slayton, the junior. He had the interception earlier, and man, some of these Rivercrest guys got a lot of talent.
They do.
Maybe just not quite enough to match up with this Mills senior-laden team.
And the quarterback, Mike Rayner, runs it in for a touchdown. It is now 32-50. Of course, they're going to go for 2 right here. But can they convert it? They did get stopped on their two-point conversions earlier in the game. And the Comets don't stop him on this two-point conversion. It is good by Mike Rayner.
50-34.
And defense aside, the Comets are averaging over 50 points a game through these first couple of games, and it might be one of the highest scoring Mills offenses ever. going all the way back to Farad Jackson and the guys back in the early 2000s with Elston Forte, all the way up to Omar Avance and the younger group of guys in 2013, 2014. So this group has a lot of college-level players, and they're really actually showing it. Now, if they could just get their discipline on keel, then they might be unbeatable.
Marmel 35, Batesville 0. Washita Christians 35, Washington Chapel 20.
And we have Daniel Brown and QJ King back to return the kick. It is 34-50. Be on look for the onside kick with 4 minutes 37 seconds left. It is Marcus Slayton who is stepping back to kick this ball off. Will it be onside? Will it be deep? Will it be a pooch? And he pooches it. That causes a flag on the play.
Little Rock 10. These are finals. Southside.
The Comets look like they are putting their reserves in. And they're giving some other players some tries out there. Their offensive side of the ball, but they do have some starters still in. QJ, Daniel Brown, Charleston. This must be the heavy set. And it is.
Nashville 74, Hope 42.
And they run power left. Brown gets a great block. He stays in bounds, tiptoes, and is now pushed out of bounds for another comprehensive wellness first down.
Sarcana 47, Pine Bluff Dalloway 0. Little Rock Christian 49, Shiloh Christian 14.
Four minutes, 26 seconds left, 50-34.
Star City 45, Stuttgart 35. Warren 28, Whitehall 23.
And they stand at power formation. I believe they'll go to the short side of the field right here. And we have a flag. False start on the offense.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Tyler. There's gonna be a lot of chatter about the amount of penalties in this game, and I mean, rightfully so. But the only way to get through these types of things is to go through them, especially with young teams or new coaching staffs.
Correct. The defense has been doing a great job these past two games. Daniel Brown stay in bounds. And he goes out of bounds, but he picks up about 10 yards on the play.
Daniel Brown picks up nice yardage, goes out of bounds at the 45.
Coach makes a sub. He puts number 27 in. That's Zion Smith, a sophomore, 240 pounds, standing at 5'10". Haven't seen any of him yet. And we have a timeout.
And that'll be our first time out of the second half.
That's our first time out of the second half. Second half, as Terry just said. We'll be back shortly.
Money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in
And we are back from the timeout live here at U. It's 50-34 with the Comets in the lead. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left. 2nd and 7. Let's see what we do here. They run that power right to Derek Murdoch. You know he's going to do what he does, and that's roll, bowl, and run through a toe. That's Derek Murdoch picking up about 7 yards right there, 6 yards, which makes it 3rd and 1.
Long one, short 2. And as you see some of these young guys, like I said earlier, getting these guys experience against what looks like a lot of the Colts starters are still in. It's going to be good reps for them on Friday nights to get this in front of the crowd, in front of their family. We'll see what these young kids got.
Yeah, we will. And QJ stays in at quarterback. I believe he's the closing quarterback for games now after seeing him in their both games. And QJ is carrying Colts. And that's another comprehensive wellness first down to keep that clock rolling.
The sneak, the most effective short yardage play there is in football. I mean, if you need a yard, then that's the one to go to, especially when you're running with a wedge. The young offensive lineman for Mills right there got a good double team on the nose guard up front and then moved second level to the linebackers.
Yeah, that is the one and not the two. That QB sneak can't be stopped. QJ still under center here with 2 minutes left in this game. Power left. They hand it off to the sophomore. He runs through a face. And he shows that he will be one of those guys. That's number 27, and that is Zion Smith.
And we've seen a lot from Zion on the defensive side of the ball, but it's good to see him get some offensive reps, especially as a young guy. Like I said before, like these reps are going to be great with him. A lot of chemistry's building with QJ, and just showing what he's made of, showing that he can do it just like these seniors and juniors can.
QJ stays under the center. Oof. And he fakes it, and he gets a touchdown. And we have another flag. That would have been his third touchdown of the game. He already got one called back. This one is getting called back as well.
Actually, as a matter of fact, this is his third called back. He had the return and the screen both called back, so that'll be his third play called back, touchdown called back today.
Man. That flag call brings back the Comets 10 yards from where they started from. They are now on the 25-yard line, looking to the sideline, looking to get the play.
Well, that was a great play call there and a great run by QJ. Let's see if this time maybe he sees if he can throw it a little bit more, as we see a little swagger out of these young Comets.
Yeah, and when they have two receivers in, when they're in that power formation, they do tend to go deep. So maybe it will be a play action right here. And nope, it's a fullback dive.
Hey, if you're getting that type of yards on a fullback dive, I don't really blame you for running it.
And it looks like this will do it for the game. The Comets win 50-34. They can now celebrate this long weekend they have, and that does it here on the Mills Sports Network. The Comets win 50-34. And I just want to shout out our crew. Thanks to our crew tonight. They brought all the action from up top of the press box tonight. That was Linda Henson, and on our field cam, that was Terry Paxton on production, and color commentating, that was Terry Jordan. And, yes, this is Tyler Fountain. That's going to do it for tonight's broadcast. Thanks for joining us here at Common Football on the PCSSD Sports Network, brought to you by Natural State Sports. If you aren't already, please subscribe to each of our schools' network channels on YouTube and give the broadcast a thumbs up, please.
the snap, and he steps back and he launches it again to number 12, who's wide open, and he makes just a fantastic.
Here we go. Gomez with the kick. Going all the way across the field.
He got a space.
He's at the 40, the 50. He's got room. The 30, the 20, the 10, all the way to the house for the score.
Second half, they ended on a pretty good note right there at the end of the first half, and up the right side, Pin up the right side. He's to the house. Nobody's gonna catch him. It is a foot race, and no one's gonna catch him. 10-5, touchdown, Cleo Pin.
Grisham gets the snap. He hands it up the middle. Got a hole. Big C as he crosses the 40, the 35-40. Now off to the right away from him. That's up Cunye as he takes off all the way to the house. Give him 6 on the touchdown.
Kind of weird what they have going on. He runs. Oh my gosh! There's another fumble, another flag, and another touchdown. Will the touchdown?
Ball, but on the high school level, these can get pretty interesting.
And it's kicked off. It's going to be picked up by Penn right there. He's just going to he picks it up late and he runs it up the right side, and he's got all sorts of room. He's up to the 40, the 30, the 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cleo Penn with 45 seconds left on the clock to runs back the kickoff. Wow, what a play. Touchdown.
Formation. Still in pistol, the running back runs out wide. It looks like a false start, but oh my gosh! That's a hit, that's a fumble, and that was number 20 on the Mills Comets, Derek Murdoch. Draw a play up. Make something happen right now. They're still in that pistol diamond formation, as Carl called it. He looks right, he goes right. The ball is tipped by a running back, and it is also intercepted. He's still running. He pitches the ball to Jabari. Jabari breaks the tackle. The 30, the 20, the 5, the 10. He has it, and he gets a touchdown as he flips in the end zone. The crowd is going crazy. I'm going crazy. I don't know what to do right now. That's another cornerstone touchdown. I mean, we couldn't draw it up and
And we have QJ King up here with us for the player of the game spotlight for the end of the game. And first, I just want to say, great game to you. You did your thing at kicker, punter, receiver, quarterback. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about your performance tonight?
I feel great. Great team win. I did what I did to help the team win, to be real. So I'm just happy we came out with the dub.
You did, and you had 2 touchdowns, 3 quick screens, and you made your man's miss, and you did some great things when you had the ball in your hand, but you did get 2 called back. I know that probably upsetted you a little bit, but you did help your team win. And you told me once before that you have a playlist called that, and it kind of gets you in the zone. So did you listen to that today?
Always, every day.
Yeah, and that's good, man. And you guys did have, on a bad note, you guys had 20 penalties on the night. How do you think coach is going to feel about that, and how do you feel about that?
Really, to be real, it really wasn't our fault, man. The refs was just calling bad calls, but we fought through it, got through that, and won the game.
You guys did win the game. You guys are averaging 54 points a game. That's 108 points in 2 games. And I just want to say, man, you guys need to keep going. You're doing a great job out there. Keep leading that team and doing what you do best.
Got you.
That was QJ King, the player of the game here at the Mill Sports Network, here at the U. And we would like to thank all the fans for liking, subscribing, and watching tonight's game. I am Tyler Fountain. I have my man Terry right alongside of me doing a little bit of everything, production and color commentating. And he did great at both. So we will catch you guys next week at BB. Yes, I will be in attendance, and we will be live and doing our thing. Thank you. And you can also follow and subscribe on the Pulaski County School District's. Oh, my gosh, I'm sorry. The